because otherwise, like, me and them, you want them to sit over here, or you had to give a few more. Okay. Oh, we are saying that right here. Oh, she said what now? We didn't know who.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Shipman. I'm the City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. It is Monday, May 6, 2024, and I welcome everybody here. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the opening roll.
Yes, good afternoon, Council President. We have Council President Doug Shipman,
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large,
Present.
Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1,
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2,
Here.
Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3, Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4,
Present.
Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6, Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7, Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9, Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10, Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12, Council President, we have a quorum, 10 members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was sent out ahead of time. If there are no changes or updates, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the agenda.
Council President, that's 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to the item invocation. We don't have a guest today, so we'll be taking a moment of silence. But before we do, I'd like to ask my colleagues if there are any recognitions that they would like to put forward today. Councilmember Lewis.
I would like to send prayers out to the family of Rodney Thompson. Rodney Thompson was murdered last week on Cleveland Avenue and Old Judy Lane. A 16-year-old young man. I call him the Phoenix. He changed his life, and I like where he was headed. And so send prayers to the family of Mr. Rodney Thompson.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to give condolences to the family of Miss Reba Mixon Barley, who is the mother of our beloved Special Events Director, Ebony Barley. Her mother meant so much to the city of Atlanta, Alabama, and Florida. condolences go out to Ebony, Embry, and their brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Well, for these and for those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Next, we'll move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First, I would like to invite Councilmember Michael Julian Bond forward. And those, just a note today for proclamations, I know we have a lot of guests and we want you to join us on the dais, but because of the stage that is in front of us for budget hearings, we're going to ask that you actually go out the back of the chamber and around to one of the two side doors and come up on the dais from the side doors and also depart from the same doors. So it'll take just a moment to get everybody up and back. I apologize, but there's really no room here to get through. It's not safe. So first, we'd like to invite everybody who's here for the recognition of Dr. Albert Paul Brinson to join us up on the dais. Don't be shy. Come on up. Just remember, go out the back, come around the sides, and then come around this side. There's a side door that will have someone stationed, and come right up to us.
As you come in, you can come on around to the other side of the podium. Let's just keep moving through. There's plenty of room on the other side of it. Come on over. Yeah, just keep coming through. Is that everybody? Okay. Well, I want to say good afternoon to everyone who is present here in the chamber and watching us on 26 or on social media. I have the distinct honor, privilege, and pleasure to present a proclamation to a more than worthy native Atlanta citizen who has had a global impact from Old Fourth Ward all around the world. So we have a proclamation in recognition of Dr. Albert Paul Brinson today. I believe we've got a video that I'd like to show first.
Pictures, accolades, milestones, a lifetime of memories for Reverend Dr. Albert Paul Brinson. Brinson loves justice and people. Biblical teachings informed his path, both for the cause of civil rights and the ministry.
In terms of the faith level, it was always built on that because the black or colored church was all we had.
Dr. Robert Franklin met Brinson at Ebenezer Baptist Church following a worship service. He was with Dr. Martin Luther King Sr.
They trusted this man. They needed this man for his wisdom, his ability to keep confidences, his ability to bring calm to highly charged emotional situations. He brings peace and calm and warmth to people.
As a Morehouse student, Brinson stood alongside fellow protesters on the front lines of the Atlanta student movement, where he served as one of its organizers. From the Birmingham, Selma, and Montgomery protests to the March on Washington, Brinson was there.
There's always been a spiritual connection, and there was a connection to let us know that, we had to do, it wasn't about us. We had to be willing to be sacrificial lambs, and anything could happen to us. I remember when we said, well, you could be dead before 30.
They believed in the good news that God can bring hope out of despair and light out of darkness. They believed that gospel, but they also believed in the goodness and promise of America. And America was often in a wrestling match with those visionaries and dreamers, trying to resist, trying to slow the pace. But thanks be to God for leaders like Dr. Brinson, who said, no, we will not allow you to wait.
Brinson would find himself inextricably drawn to ministry. When Martin Luther King Jr. returned from Montgomery to co-pastor Ebenezer with his father, Brinson shared his thoughts and immediately found himself bracing for a major change.
He said, now we're gonna have to set up your time for your first sermon. I said, what I did? I'm just coming to talk over something here. You got me leaving. They're gonna put me in, He said, but no, we're not surprised. We knew that was going to come from you.
Brinson preached that first sermon at Ebenezer, and he was ordained by both father and son. He became an assistant minister before pastoring churches in New York and Virginia. He would become Associate General Secretary for World Mission Support with the American Baptist Churches, where for decades he trained new ministers and raised millions for missions-related programs. These days, Brinson and his wife Vivian are enjoying retirement and lighter tasks, like walking their dog Homie. He says he often reflects on his accomplishments and hopes that his life's work has made a difference.
He really helped me as I was trying to inspire students to live into your future, live into your potential, lean in, rather than wasting time, wasting years. So I think that that's part of the legacy, the wisdom legacy that Dr. Brinson gives to us that we must pass along.
I've given back to people the same thing that was given to me. You know, all of this, it's all about other people.
All right. That was a good video. I apologize that Homie could not be here, but from what I'm told, Homie don't play that, so. But to the matter at hand, we have a proclamation in recognition of Dr. Albert Paul Brinson, and whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Dr. Albert Paul Brinson, a stalwart figure in the American Baptist Church USA, has dedicated his life and his pursuits to justice, reconciliation, and service by embodying the spirit of compassion and leadership. And whereas Dr. Brinson is deeply influenced by his friendship and collaboration with the iconic Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., has served as a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations in the ministry shaped by the crucible of the civil rights movement. And he has an unwavering commitment to his faith and his community, and that has been manifested through decades of pastoral service within the American Baptist Church USA, where he has distinguished himself as a reconciler, a prophet, ambassador, and a spokesperson. And whereas Dr. Brinson has exemplified outstanding leadership, stewardship, playing pivotal roles in fundraising, training, fostering inclusiveness within the American Baptist family, therefore contributing significantly to the growth and vitality of the organization. And whereas his academic achievements include postgraduate degrees from earned institutions such as the Interdenominational Theological Center, the United Theological Seminary, reflect his dedication to intellectual rigor and growth. And whereas Dr. Brinson's lifelong commitment to nonviolence and social justice have been recognized with numerous honors and awards, including tributes from the City of Atlanta, Clark Atlanta University, Morehouse College, where his portrait hangs in the Martin Luther King Jr. International Chapel. And whereas Dr. Brinson continues to inspire and mentor future leaders through his involvement with educational institutions and organizations like the DeVos Urban Leadership Institute, that a consultancy with Alston and Bird LLP. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, hereby proclaim this day as Albert Paul Brinson Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the official seal of the City of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Dr. Brinson. But wait, Dr. Brinson, as they say on late night television, but wait, there's Members of the Atlanta City Council that would like to speak? Seeing none, I would like to ask, oh, I'm sorry. We don't have to stay in the colored section anymore, Councilwoman Boone. Come up front. Thanks to the work of Dr. Brinson, you don't have to hang back there. Councilwoman Boone.
Thank you, Dr. Brinson, for all you have done for the city of Atlanta and beyond. I met you through your cousin, the late Dean of the City Council, C.T. Martin. You all shared a wonderful childhood together and remained very close until his passing. So on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Now we will hear from the nephew. Great Isaac Ferris.
Thank you, Councilman. I guess the election is near, huh? It is a great honor and pleasure to be here and take in this well-deserved honor by Uncle Albert. I just wanted to add, we've heard his contribution to the civil rights movement. We've heard his contribution to Ebenezer Baptist Church. But I just wanted to reinforce his contribution. He has been one of those that's been there with us in times of struggle, in times of happiness, in times of pain. You know, sometimes the public pressure can be immense. But Uncle Albert was always there with us with the word of support, with the word of action, with the word of love. He was considered by my grandparents, Martin Luther King Sr. and Alberta Williams, as a son. When my mother traveled to Oslo, Norway, to be with her brother to accept the Nobel Peace Prize, she entrusted my care with Uncle Albert. That's how close he was to the family. Uncle Albert, thank you for not only what you've meant to the world, but what you've meant to the world. You will never be able to service, the love, and the dedication.
Before we hear from his family, I ask that Senator Sonia Halpern come. She brings item county. Senator Halpern.
Good afternoon. I am thrilled to join you all today in City Council chambers in honor of you, Dr. Brinson. I am, as you heard, State Senator Sonia Halpern, and on behalf of the Senate of the great state of Georgia, I bring to you a letter of commendation with a forthcoming Senate resolution as well. And I won't read it in full, but I do want to share just these couple of lines. Your role as an ambassador and spokesperson for justice has elevated the discourse on civil rights issues, igniting crucial conversations and mobilizing collective action. Through your profound insights and impassioned advocacy, you have challenged systemic injustices and paved the way for a more just and equitable future for all. I think it's very easy, especially in this city of civil rights, to forget that we all really are on the shoulders of the folks like you who really paved the way for us to have the benefits that we have in our lives today. And I want to thank you for your leadership, spiritual leadership, compassionate leadership, and your focus on equity and justice for everybody. We thank you very much for all that you have done for this city, this state, and of course around. Thank you.
Hear from his daughter, Ms. Lisa Brinson.
Thank you so much. I didn't know I was going to say anything, but I was moved to say something. Just thank you to everyone who is here in person. It means so much. And thank you to those who may be watching virtually. I want to share that both my parents have 3 children of their own, but they helped to raise many. And 2 of them are here. One is a cousin and one is another brother. I'm the youngest, but I want to acknowledge our parents' love for us. We shared them with the world, as you know. And I want to acknowledge my sister, who is with us in heaven. She is always with us. We have our biggest angel watching over as she has joined our uncles, and our grandparents, so many other extended family members. But I did not want this moment to go by without acknowledging my parents' children. Thank you so much, and thank you, Councilman Michael Bond, for making this possible.
Before we hear from the man of the hour, I just want to say, Ashe. Ashe, go to be with the Lord. God is everywhere. Ashe. I know we've been joined by the distinguished president, former president of Morehouse College, Dr. Robert Franklin. Dr. Franklin, where are you? Now, we admonished Councilmember Boone for being in the colored section. You don't have to stay in the colored section either, Dr. Franklin. Come on up, Dr. Franklin, very quickly. I think it's worthy to note that Dr. Brinson occupies the same position with the American Baptist Church that the founder of Morehouse College had 150 some odd years ago. They're the only 2 African Americans to ascend to that. Close enough. He's like Bill. Come on, Doctor.
I stand here on behalf of my friend President David Thomas and the Morehouse College family to say thank you, Dr. Brinson, for your sacrifice, for your labor, for your Christian spirit and conscience, for your commitment to building broad bridges of coalition and faith and conscience and interfaith activism. You are a Morehouse man. You believe in the 5 wells. Every Morehouse man should be well-read, well-spoken, well-traveled, well-dressed, and well-balanced. God bless you, and as Toni Morrison says, what a sheer joy it is to miss someone before they are gone. God bless you.
No better introduction, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Albert Brinson.
Good afternoon. I stand here now in this moment, one that I could not in my wildest imagination ever imagine. I'm especially thankful to Councilman Michael Bond for opening the door to make this possible. His father and his mother were close parts of my life. In 4th Ward, his mother grew up in the public housing project where I used to live in Grady Homes, public housing project in 4th Ward. There was in 4th Ward that they said nothing good ever came out of 4th Ward. I remember just a few weeks back now, the celebration of the Martin Luther King Jr. Commemorative March in Washington. There were a group of people there, and I was to be a speaker for the Parks Department. Yes, and I said to the people there, a lot of the Caucasians, visitors, people gathered all over there, I said, welcome to 4th Ward. And I said, I want you to know what the slogan of 4th Ward was. And I said, nothing good ever came out of 4th Ward. But I started naming names. I said, Vernon Jordan, Maynard Jackson, Martin Luther King, Alberta Williams King. And I just went on down the line, and all these people that didn't bring any good. No, but everybody smiled and clapped. But I want to thank God, first of all, for the probability that I never thought I'd live to be 30. Even in the civil rights movement, student movement, when we were organizing it, there's a kinship right here. There were three of us in the original Appeal for Human Rights Committee right here in Atlanta, the three Bs, Bond, Brown, and Brinson. Durian Bond, Ben Brown, Albert Brinson. And that we were known as the three Bs. But during that time, each of us was inspired to try to bring about some change, healthy change, that would help to make Atlanta, Georgia, and the world a better place. And we were always moving out into the streets, whatever was the first arrests that were made. It is my picture that is on the front page of the 5-star found pink edition of the Atlanta Journal. March 9th, the first student being pictured arrested on the first sit-ins. We've been through many things together, but out of all of that came the hope and the desire that we would one day help to lift the world for all of us. This moment today is not about me. It is about us. That is what we were always taught. Reverend King Sr., who was my surrogate father growing up, Martin Luther King Sr., used to tell me, son, it's never about you, but it's always about others. That was the way we grew up. So often we miss so much of that now, but that is how we are here, because it is about others, not just about ourselves. I'm just here grateful and thankful to have lived into 86 years, to be able to see this city that I love and that we've talked about all around the world. I remember one night sitting up in a housing unit outside of, I can't get the city right now, in South Africa right now, but I work with the Independent Electoral Commission for the election of Nelson Mandela. But my point is, we were talking about how it meant what life is all about. Life is not about a me. It is about a we and an us. Today, and many conditions we are dealing with, politically and otherwise, that could be a great change if more people would have the exact same spirit right now with each other. The world needs us. The world needs the products of Fourth Ward. We are grateful and thankful, as I am, just to be here and to have experienced so much. I've walked behind many a coffin, and I've also been influenced always by looking up to people and their contributions and positions. Like I see my president was just here speaking. I call Dr. Robert Franklin my president. But I come from the Morehouse of Mays. And I come from the life that was dealing with Dr. Melvin Watson, who was a father figure, just like Reverend Martin Luther King Sr. was, and Dr. Howard Thurman, and Benjamin E. Mays, and all of these people. This is where we come from. Many of us are here now, not because of our resumes, but we're here because of our hearts. We feel a connection with each other. And as we look at the way our world is right now, and I never turn off, I'm always looking at the news. And whatever goes on, I learn about it. But there are a lot of things that go on that would be so different if more people had the spirit that we've had, which was not about ourselves, always about the we and the us. I thank Councilman Bond and all of the people in the city hall responsible for something I never would have imagined even in my fondest dreams. But it is good to be here and to really be alive and see that there are still gatherings where people love each other and are concerned about what happened. My grandmother used to say, are you sure? most people who know me know that whenever they call and I say, well, are you sure? So all these things that you've said about me today, I thank God for, and I thank God for your thoughts. But I'll leave you with one statement. Are you sure?
All right. And of course, we want to wish you an ambassador. Happy belated. Well, proof positive that Aries. Let's come around.
Likewise, thank you.
All right, all right.
How you doing?
All right, I'd like to ask Council Members Boone and Westmoreland forward, and all those associated with the recognition of Nina Hickson to come forward, please.
Will all those associated with attorney Nina Hickson Esquire please come up? Will all those associated with attorney Nina Hickson please come up? Right here. Fran, come right here. Right here. Stand right here. Come up a little bit. Can you step back just a little? Thank you. Okay, wait a minute to get a photo right here. Photo, before she leaves. Belinda, Nina, Belinda, come right there. Good afternoon. We are here to honor our city attorney, Nina R. Hickson Esquire. Let's give her a hand. Forty amazing years in the city of Atlanta. Today we are joined by elected officials, civic leaders. We have Madam D.A. Fonnie Willis, the Honorable Mayor Shirley Franklin, Richard Cox, our former COO, Judge Patsy Porter, Judge Gail Tucson, Judge Winfield Murray, our Solicitor of Fulton County, Keith Gamage, our CEO and President of the Atlanta Housing Authority, President of the League of Women Voters, Cherish Johnson, Judge Belinda Edwards, family, friends, and many more. At this time, we will hear from speakers and then this program will resume in the City Hall atrium. At this time, Ivory Brown, cousin.
I am so pleased to be here. There's no place else I'd rather be today. I've known Nina all my life. Nina has been a muse, a mentor, and a fellow music lover. I'm her cousin, Prince. Shout out to Prince. You know, I thought I might be late today because I wanted to step into the booth and lay a track, and then I realized that after this weekend, maybe for all of us music lovers, we'd had enough. But it wouldn't have been a diss track. It would have been a labor of love, and that's what Nina has given to all of us. Her labors have been filled with love. And if I gave you a song that I think represented today and why we're here, it would be a hymn. And that hymn would be, "May the work I've done speak for me." And Nina, the work that you've done certainly speaks for you. It does. As a leader, she leads with love. As a family member, she guides and directs and sets the stage. As a friend, she's supportive. As a mother, she shares her world and opens doors to others. As a soror, her bond is unending. Nina, the work that you've done certainly does speak for you, and it speaks volumes. I know that I join with the rest of the room in saying that we are grateful to have shared this melody with you. I know that we all hope that you find joy in the journey, and we know that your soundtrack will be filled with waves lapping on shores, that the sun will be on your face, and that you will be embraced, supported, and protected the way that you have protected, embraced, and supported all of us. Nina, the work that you've done certainly speaks for you. And I must say that it has been not a whisper, but a roar, and that it echoes because you carry us with you, and we carry you in our heads and our hearts. We love you, Nina, and I am so glad that today exists to give you the flowers that you so desperately deserve. Thank you, Nina. And if you know music, you'll know what I'm saying when I say these lyrics apply. Thank you for the love.
The 58th Mayor of the City of Atlanta, Mayor Shirley Franklin.
It's wonderful to be with all of you today. Thank you, Councilmember Boone. I work with her and talk to her all the time. Boone, for the invitation. We know Nina in lots of ways, clearly as a city attorney, clearly her work with juveniles. I know her best because she is the person who showed up in my office with two other people in 2002 and said the city of Atlanta needed to take a stand on human trafficking. I said, I've got budget, I've got sewers, I've got city hall reorganization. And she said, you don't have a choice. She said, we elected you because we want you to step out. And under her guidance, the city of Atlanta did step out. She was decades ahead of this country in recognizing human trafficking, and especially of children, young girls and young boys. She is a national leader on trafficking. People around the world look to her leadership on any number of issues, but especially on trafficking. So I am thankful that she came into my life that day. I am thankful for all of the wonderful work she's done in the city of Atlanta. And I want to make it really clear, we're not letting her go anywhere. The good news, if there is a silver lining in the pandemic, we now know we don't have to be sitting next to each other to be in meetings and to do work. So Nina, just send us your contact information. We expect you to answer. We expect you to call us and to talk to us about what we need to be doing in the city of Atlanta, in Georgia, and around the world. Thank you.
Next, Madam District Attorney Bonnie Willis.
DAs don't cry, so I'm not going to cry today, but I have to admit, when I got the notice that you were retiring, it just saddened me, because if we're honest, this is such a great loss to the city of Atlanta. You have been someone that I have literally, you're a bison, so that makes you great to start with. You know, us Howard Bisons always have to remind y'all of how great bisons are and how many of us there are around the country. But I have literally watched you my entire career just trying to chase behind you to get where you are. But I think the thing that I like best about you, it goes without saying, you're a brilliant attorney. I've called you for years to ask you for legal questions. But what I love about you most is you always have the patience and the time to teach and to make other lawyers better, and you will be sorely missed. But Mayor Franklin, she always makes me smile. It just occurred to me, I could put you on Zoom. And so we will still be asking you questions. You deserve this honor more than anyone, and we just love you, and you still an ATLian, and we'll take you back any day.
Lisa Benjamin, COO, City of Atlanta.
Well, some of you may or may know this, that Nina and I met over 20 years ago when I was at city manager for Nina was city attorney. And at that time, we actually were kind of pitted against each other, but we decided it was in our best interest and the best interest work we do and city people that we were serving, that we find a way to work together and collaborate. And not only did we do that, we developed a great friendship. And by the way, Wesley Hughes over there was about she was about 6. My daughter was about 4.5, and her daughter and my daughter became really good friends. I think they've been to every birthday party of each other because they would be in the back with some crayons and then telling us, why are they yelling at our mommies? And anybody on city council and public comment will understand that, especially at late nights when you have to do what you have to do. But I will say that I've worked with Nina over 20 years in multiple organizations, and one of the things that I think makes her stand out is her level of integrity and her willingness to be thoughtful and to listen, but to also be firm in her convictions, what the law says you can do, and also working with you on solutions for what might be options for you. But I think we need that level of proficiency and thoughtfulness, and I've never heard Nina raise her voice. I never heard her, in debate and negotiations and so many things. She has been exemplary, and we will miss you, and I know how to get to you in D.C., so I'll be up in D.C. visiting. But I just want to thank you on behalf of the city, and your work here at the city has been unprecedented, to serving as just the ethics officer and then the city attorney, and also serving for the Atlanta Beltline in a public agency. And I think that speaks volume to be able to do those jobs and then come back, and we want to. So I agree with everyone that has said, welcome back anytime. And again, thank you for your service and for your friendship.
Next, Jennifer Swain with Youth Spark, an organization dealing with human trafficking. Nina Hickson, founder. Ms. Jennifer Swain.
I'm Jennifer Swain, the Executive Director for Youth Spark, the organization founded by Miss Nina. And it was exactly 25 years ago that she began to see that these 12-year-old girls were not just prostitutes, but they were victims of human trafficking. Mayor Franklin has set the tone already that she is one of those trailblazers, but I don't think that everyone knows that you know what trafficking is now, but back then you didn't know who started it. And I've been with the organization for 16 years, and for those 16 years, I've stood on her shoulders. Being able to watch the journey of a very small group of women stand up to an issue that people didn't know about, but it was wrong, but was hard to talk. It was extremely daunting to watch. But like most of you have said here today, she has the patience of Job, and I thought that it was someone that I was reading about in the book that I would never be able to touch. But for 16 years, she's found a way to answer the calls, to support the agency that unfortunately still exists today. But it is because of her that we not only know what trafficking is and how to respond to it, but we are going so far upstream so that we won't be here 25 years later. It is indeed an honor to give someone their flowers while they're right here with us. And I can't tell you how many times that I felt this work and what is necessary for little girls and little boys here should be invisible, and it still feels invisible. But I do hope that you realize that what you have done will live on. And we've had to share you with the legal world, but I've always felt that one day you'd come home to us in trafficking. So I will be one of the ones on Zoom waiting for the meeting. And I just want to say thank you so much for showing me what it looks like to lead for our people and to create a way out of no way. And I will continue to take the agency that you and Deborah Richardson created, and I hope to make you proud.
We have been joined by the 61st Mayor of the City of Atlanta, the Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Councilwoman Boone and the whole team here that have put this proclamation and session together to really highlight the career of Nina Hickson. It's good to see you, Mayor Franklin. I was able to, while I was meeting in the office, hear your words as well as yours, Lisa Benjamin and others. And I've said some things this morning already at Cabinet, as we said, our farewell and really a salute and hats off to Nina Hickson. This is what answering the call really looks like. Nina Hickson answered the call time and time again. She answered the call to become the city attorney of the city, answered the call to be the ethics officer of Atlanta, answered the call to be the general counsel, the Beltline, and on and on and on in her career. And she answers the call of so many of us, all of these commissioners and the COO and chief of staff, and she answers Courtney English call every day, at least 3 or 4 times a day. She answers the call. She picks up the phone. She answers the call, the tug on her heart to be able to deal with sex trafficking and any human inconvenience, any hurt, harm, or danger that comes to any individual. It tugs at her heart, and she answers that call over and over again. And so she's also not only answering the call as in being responsive, she's very proactive. She's been extremely proactive in helping a new administration. Nina was one of the first people that I contacted as soon as I was elected to become the mayor, and to be able to say, how do I do certain things and what are we going to do in terms of position? She's always been there. Nina answers the call, but she's also proactive and looking for ways. Calls us, telling us about certain things. And so, Nina, your career has been phenomenal. Your service to me specifically as a new mayor, being able to figure this whole thing out. You were always there, and you have committed yourself in so many ways to me, to the city. I couldn't ask for a better partner as we move through transition and on to now. So hats off to you. Thank you, City Council, for honoring this wonderful leader. And what I also know, that leadership ends up having great fellowship. Think about all the people around here who co-lead with Nina and how many people want to be Nina Hickson now and in the future. So hats off to you and to all of the future Nina Hicksons that's out here thriving to be just like you. Congratulations in your retirement.
Next, Fran Phillips Calhoun, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc., followed by Charlotta Wilson Jacks, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority.
I love it. I love it. Good afternoon. Madam Boone has said 2 minutes. Thank you, Councilwoman. And I am so delighted to be here among this great crowd of witnesses and luminaries to celebrate my Howard University sister and my Delta Sigma Theta sorority, soror. And I just want to say that, as the mayor said, you know, Nina is a leader of leaders. She is an innovator. She doesn't wait to be told what to do. She knows what to do. And with head and heart, as Howard Thurman would say, she leads from a position of love. And so, Nina, you don't know this, but I knew you and knew of you before we actually even met. Both of us served as the Eastern Regional Representative on the National Board of Delta Sigma Theta. And every time I met someone new, they said, "Oh, you're following in Nina Hickson's footsteps." And I said, okay, I guess I want to be Nina Hickson. But soror, you were shaped to a purpose from your very early beginnings, from your lovely mother, Dr. Charlestine Farley. You didn't stray from the path that had been set before you to care for our society's most vulnerable. And so it is fitting that we are here today to salute you, to praise you for all of what has been done at your hands, through your heart and your head. And so I just want to also say kudos to you. So many things have already been said, but I want to share with you as a soror that you are Miss Fortitude. Thank you for being in our lives, and thank you for all that you do for others. God bless you.
Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Charlotta Wilson Jacks.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Boone and my sister. And I just want to say that my path crossed with Nina on the campus of the Black Mecca, Howard University. And from that point, that journey, we have just weaved in and out of each other's lives. And I think the most impactful life journey was when I served as Director of Planning here at the city, and consequently as Deputy Director of Government Affairs under Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, where Nina was just very instrumental in making sure that the moves that I made on behalf of the administration were the correct legal moves. So I want to thank you publicly for that, Nina. And while she is not my soror, she is my sister, because we're all in the same boat, grounded in the same soil to serve others. So she was one of the biggest cheerleaders when I became International First Vice President of Alpha Kappa Alpha. And I am going to be sure that when I ascend to the office of presidency in 2 years, that she will be there with me as a Howard Bison and as a friend. So good luck, Nina. Let me tell you, it's been 2 years of retirement from the city for me. You will enjoy yourself.
Attorney O.V. Brantley.
Wow, standing in this room feels like old home week to me. I came to work for the City of Atlanta Law Department in 1983. Andy Young was the mayor. Shirley Franklin was his right hand, and City Attorney Marva Jones Brooks was my boss. It was here that I fell in love with service, and I knew in my heart that I had landed where I was meant to be. And it is in this building that I learned that public service is a calling, and only the best people are good at it. A good public servant is dedicated to serving the public interest, is honest and exhibits integrity, is transparent and accountable, listens to and engages constituents, works diligently to address and mediate community needs and concerns, possesses empathy, impartiality, and a commitment to fairness. That's what a good public service does. But let me tell you what an excellent public servant does. An excellent public servant is brilliant and always prepared. An excellent public servant is willing to work long hours for little pay. She finds creative solutions. She is a mentor. She always keeps the greater good in mind. She is a shining light to the community at large. My friend Nina Hickson is an excellent public servant. She is my soror as well, my friend and former colleague in the city of East Point, where she was called to serve. I was able to work closely with her while she was city manager of East Point and I was the city attorney. And in every situation, she did the right thing. Nina answered the call, as our mayor just said, and she has served in an amazing way in all aspects of her life. So today, join me in wishing her angel wings as she soars to even greater heights in pursuit of the next level of her calling. We love you, Nina.
Attorney Curtis Mack.
Sort of. Yeah. No, I'm on. This is quite proud representing a great young lawyer. I remember meeting Nina about 25 years ago. Even I was young back then, and that's a long, long time ago. We had a law firm, Mack and Bernstein, and we were representing most of the big companies around the country. Larger law firms that were virtually all white, not concerned about our growth and our intention of growing larger than it was before. I was very concerned about that, and someone introduced me to a young lawyer just graduating from law school at a school called Emory, and working for U.S. Attorney.
The U.S. Attorney said to me, he says, Curtis, if you want to continue to grow your firm, there's a young lawyer working over at the U.S. Attorney's office. You ought to spend some time. She's brilliant. She writes. She reads. She does about everything. I kept saying to myself, if she does all those things, there will be nothing left for me to do. And of course, I was not opposed to that. Who is this young lawyer that you think is brilliant? Nina Hickson. And I knew the lawyer who was making the recommendation because we had been law school classmates up north of here in Michigan. So I went up and spent some time with Nina. And the more we talked, the more brilliant. And I was saying to this lawyer who recommended her, I said, many times you get recommendations, and the recommendation really not what you want. But on this occasion, mister, you have hit the nail right on the head. The lawyer making the recommendation, lawyer Larry Thompson. We had gone to Michigan together. And then I've spent time with the lawyer he was recommending. He's pretty dang good. And the one thing I learned immediately, he was hardworking. He would get to a problem, a major problem, no matter how complex and difficult the problem was, he'd find the answer. We'd hit the road together. And when we got to where we were going, one of us knew the answer to that problem. That was not always me. It was Nina. She was very good. I kept saying to myself, how can a lawyer this young and with that experience have all the answers to our problems? And I learned that hard work and tearing through the difficult tasks, Nina would help me find the issue. And I was confused. No young lawyer that young could get those answers. Then I spent some time with my mother. And I said, you know, I've got the answer now. It's Mama knows the answer. So Mama worked with us, hard working, and I could see where Nina got her skills from. She was us, Housing Authority. I'm through now. And she was just great. Nina, you were a great lawyer, a great addition. You did a hell of a good job. Thank you for joining us.
Our last speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize all of the mayor's staff, cabinet members. I see them in the audience. Will you all please stand at this time? Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you all so much. Ms. Shawn Hunter Green, President of the Links Chapter.
I guess we're saving the best for last. But I am excited to be here on behalf of the Buckhead Cascade City, Georgia chapter of the Links Incorporated to recognize the great work and leadership of Nina Hickson. Nina has been, I saw all of the accolades, the 40 years of service, the 20 years of service to the city of Atlanta. But what we honor most, her sisters that are standing here today, is that she has been our sister for 12 years. She has served faithfully, she has given honorably, And yes, she does answer the call, and I call frequently. She has not sent me directly to voicemail, and that is good. But as everyone has stated, and I just could have come up here and said ditto, is that her service speaks for itself. So just on behalf of your sisters, I just simply want to say, job well done, good and faithful servant. We are proud of you, and we know that no matter where this journey takes you, whatever your next will be, it will be greater than your last, because that is who you are, and that's what a leader does. Thank you for your service.
Very professional, very sharp.
She's beautiful, she's delicate, she's classy, but she is tough as nails.
Nina's very knowledgeable and very fair.
We know that we're going in the right direction when we listen to Ms. Hickson.
Nina Hickson operates at a level of mastery that forces you to take notice. She's been standing at the helm as city attorney for the city of Atlanta since 2018. But her storied career spans an impressive 4 decades. This Howard University graduate received a journalism degree, but was drawn to law. She would attend Emory Law School, and she credits Marvin Arrington Sr. for her law school development.
It's almost like a full circle moment because working for Judge Arrington, I learned so much about the city of Atlanta. I learned about Atlanta history. I learned about Atlanta politics. It was just eye-opening. He worked as hard as anybody, but he demanded that from me too.
Hickson would take the mentorship and wisdom she received from Arrington and pay it forward.
I wrote her a memo, answered her question. I knew at the time it wasn't my best work. Nina reached out and she said, Fitzgerald, this memo does not reflect the thoughtful, sifting analysis I've come to expect from you. Her expectation for excellence impacted me quite a bit.
When you go into battle, when you need a counselor, an advisor, somebody to just be with you in the hole, you won't need a Hickson there with you because she's not going to give up.
I think all of that experience that she's had over the years in the city of Atlanta as a judge, as an ethics officer, as the general counsel for the Beltline, and of course as the city attorney for the city of Atlanta, is given her a lot of intuition, a lot of experience, a lot of relationships that she can go to for guidance and support. And it's given her that reputation of being a sound, solid thinker, one that can deliver with intensity, and you can trust her.
I can't tell you the many times I've talked to staff and I say, we probably need to call Nina. I just appreciate all of those times when she has been there for me to give me the proper advice, to do the best that I can for the city, and for me to know that there's just that solid rock of dependability that she exudes in all of her meetings, in her interactions, in our private conversations.
It was always Hickson's goal to have an impact, but hers extended beyond the legal profession to important issues, from human trafficking to foster care, where she met Wesley, a young girl who was on her caseload as a junior court judge. She adopted Wesley. Wesley is now 23 years old.
I don't know that I could love her anymore if I had had her than, choosing to adopt her.
Hickson is retiring next month and moving to Maryland. She wants to be close to Wesley and her 85-year-old mom. And she says receiving this honor from the Atlanta City Council is humbling.
means a lot, and it means that on some level there's some appreciation for the contribution that I attempted to make here at the city.
Farewell to you. I, wish nothing but the best for Nina, her family, and her future.
I will miss her dearly. As a mother, daughter, sister, friend, co-worker, she's the best.
I know a lot of good people. Yeah, she's as good as they get.
Goodbye, Attorney Hickson. Deuces.
Mother Dr. Charleston Fairley, raise your hand. Daughter Wesley Hickson, raise your hand. Yay. In recognition of Nina R. Hickson, Esquire, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Attorney Nina R. Hickson's unwavering dedication and unparalleled commitment throughout her illustrious career, leaving an indelible mark on the legal profession and the community at large. And whereas prior to her appointment as city attorney, Attorney Hickson distinguished herself as Vice President and General Counsel of the Atlanta Beltline, Inc., playing a pivotal role in transformative transportation and economic development endeavor poised to yield over $10 billion in economic growth for the city. And whereas Attorney Hickson's unwavering commitment to ethics and integrity was evident during her tenure as ethics officer for the city of Atlanta, where she tirelessly advocated for the adherence to ethical standards and prosecuted violations of the ethics code, ensuring transparency and accountability in municipal governance. And whereas her dedication to public service extends beyond her legal career, encompassing pivotal roles as Chief Assistant Public Defender, Judge, and Advocate for Juvenile Justice Reform, where her efforts led to groundbreaking legislation and initiatives to combat child exploitation and provide support for vulnerable youth. And whereas Nina Hickson's legacy of excellence is further enriched by her role as a dedicated mother and her steadfast commitment to family, her mother serving as an inspiration to all who have had the privilege of knowing her. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, today proclaim May 6, 2024 as Nina R. Hickson Day in the city of Atlanta. The Honorable Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11.
Thank you. We also want to let Attorney Hickson know that everyone wanted to give her flowers, including United States Representative, District 11 resident, and our soror. I am a member of Alpha Kappa Sorority Incorporated. Our soror, Congresswoman Nikema Williams, also wanted to give her a proclamation as well. And some other, Fulton County also sent a proclamation. They know what we know, and everyone knows that as you walk around the city of Atlanta, we're responsible for everyone and everything in everyone's mind. And what I have felt as a council member is confidence. Confidence that whether we are responsible for it or not, Nina Hickson was at the helm. And that is a true statement. I always knew that we would sift through it and get the job done. whether it was favorable for us or unfavorable for us, this lady right here could handle it. And you gave us that confidence as council members to always hold our head up no matter what people said about the city, no matter what was going on in the city. We knew that we had the very best representation. And for that, I am thankful. So all of these are for you.
The Honorable Matt Westmoreland.
Nina, I am so incredibly and unbelievably grateful for you. I have known of you for most of my life because of the respect and reverence that my dad always spoke of you when I was growing up, but I've known you best over the last 6 years. And there are a lot of folks in this room who know Nina came to the city 6 years ago in a time of really unmatched legal turbulence, and brought just such a steady, calm, stabilizing influence on this building and this chamber. There are 2 people in this 10,000 person operation who are dual reports, which really means they report to 17 type A elected officials. And it's even harder for the lawyer because you have to maintain attorney-client privilege sometimes while talking to both branches at the same time. And all 17 of us, without question, trust you. Your integrity is just unmatched. You answer the call every hour of the day, every day of the week, when tensions are high and emotions are inflamed, when the stakes couldn't be higher because we have to get it right then. And I'm just so grateful for your advice, your counsel, your mentorship, your friendship, and thank you for everything that you've done for this city.
The Honorable Jason Winston.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. I just wanted to come up and also just tell Ms. Hickson how much I appreciate her, new council member that came in almost 2.5 years ago. You've been so incredible in teaching and guiding us on council, you know, and being able to have a legal framework that has allowed us to do our job effectively. And as the father of 2 young girls, I also hope that I can aspire to have 2 young kids one day. So I appreciate everything that you've done for us. Also, Ms. Hickson has a friend who lives on my street. And so I see her all the time, and I have to tell you, she is a loyal friend, and I don't know how you make the time to do it, but you do it. And so I just want to, again, just thank you for all you've done for us. We appreciate your service to the city of Atlanta, and I'm glad to know you'll also be a Zoom call away if we need you. So thank you all.
Attorney Hickson, this is just a small token of our appreciation from the Atlanta City Council. Special Recognition Award presented to Nina R. Hickson, Esquire, Atlanta City Attorney. 40 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Atlanta. We commend you, the Atlanta City Council. At this time, Nina R. Hickson, Esquire.
Good afternoon. I know it's late and you all got business to tend to. But first, let me acknowledge and thank my mother and my daughter for being here with me today. I'd also like to thank the mayor, the administration, and all of my colleagues, my team members, my staff, my Department of Law staff. You all are just the best. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss working with you, but I know you'll continue to do well by the city of Atlanta. Special thanks to Councilmember Boone for coordinating this. And I know that Mark, but I really appreciate the thought and care and other council members that went into this event. Thank you, sorors. I have a number of sorors here. Thank you for your support and your love. Thank you for my Link sisters. Thank you for my Howard Bison. It has been an honor to serve the citizens of Atlanta in this capacity. It has been one of the greatest honors of my life. And I leave here with mixed feelings, feeling grateful that I had the opportunity to serve, knowing I'm going to miss all of you. But I am grateful to be able to join my mother and my daughter and to spend this time with them. And so, again, I just want to express my sincerest thanks and my best wishes that Atlanta will continue to, and I'm confident Atlanta's going to continue to move forward and going to do it with all of you. But it takes all of us, as Mayor Dickens likes to tell us, it's a group project, and we each have a part to play in it, and I'd encourage all of you to play the role in making Atlanta the best place to rear a child. Thank you.
After the official photo, we will join Attorney Hickson in the Atlanta City Atrium, and we'd like to recognize the Baycoat family that is here with us, Angela King Farris and Gail. They are here with us. Thank you all so much. Lavette Russell is here with us. LaShondra Burks is here with us, Delta Sigma Theta. At this time, we will take our official photo and move quickly to the City Hall atrium. Ms. Hickson, right here. Everyone, if you would step forward.
Yeah, I got you.
Great. You got to give me all that again in the context that I can just email it to you. Right. You got to email it to me. I'm in this mode right now. You're in that mode. Get me in that mode by emailing. Like, this is where you get to do all of these. You're going to do all the naughty things. All the naughty things. You were talking. Well, they'll all be done by then. Just email me. If I took that.
This time, I would like to keep us moving. Mayor's on a tight schedule, so I would like to invite council members Bond, Norwood, and Westmoreland, and all of those who are here for the recognition of the Atlanta Girls School to please join us up on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to join my colleague, Michael Julian Bond, to read this proclamation. The Atlanta City Council in honor of the Atlanta Girls School. Whereas on August 28, 2000, Atlanta Girls School opened its doors with a commitment to help girls and young women develop their fullest potential intellectually, physically, socially, emotionally, and spiritually. Aiming to prepare students for both college and lifelong learning, students have been exposed to a curriculum that is strong in the arts and humanities, math, science, technology, and leadership. And whereas co-founders Emily Ellison and Brooke Weinman launched Atlanta Girls School with the mission of inspiring girls to lead lives of purpose, the school opened serving grade levels 6 through 9th with an additional grade level added each of the next 3 years. In June 2004, the first graduates walked across the stage to accept their diplomas. In May 2024, the school will have graduated more than 300 girls, 100% of whom have gone or will go on to attend a 4-year college or university. And whereas for the last 24 years, the Atlanta Girls School has provided a safe, ethics-based environment where community members encourage and support one another, are respectful to one another's unique talents, and are aware of and accepting of cultural, racial, religious, economic backgrounds which may be different from their own. AGS girls are problem solvers who go on to post-secondary educational success and make substantive contributions within a cross-section of leading industries. And whereas Atlanta Girls School will see its final graduating class matriculate on May 18, 2024, including 24 years of exemplary service as the City of Atlanta's only independent, non-sectarian college preparatory school for girls in grades 6 to 12 in the state of Georgia. We eagerly anticipate the next iteration of vision and purpose, which is certain to emerge from almost a quarter of a century of young women who have learned to take appropriate risks, be courageous leaders, give back to their community, and protect personal confidence in all stages. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby acknowledge and celebrate the exemplary contribution of the Atlanta Girls School in the city of Atlanta and beyond. Signed by the President of City Council and all City Council members. Congratulations. And it gives me special pleasure to be here today because I am a member of a all-women's college, Sweetbriar College in Virginia. So I know the value of an all-girls education and love the fact that we have had the benefit of AGS for all these years.
No, I am very Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Bond and Councilmember Norwood and all the members of the Atlanta City Council for honoring the Atlanta Girls School. I'm seeing the faces of some hard-working, dedicated educators, parents, contributors to the Atlanta Girls School ecosystem. My daughter went to APS from pre-K to 8th grade, but at 9th grade, we'd made a family decision to bring her to the Atlanta Girls School. Now I'm cheap, so it was a tough decision for me, just the money part. But because when you see that this school has 100% graduation rate going on, you see that they let these young ladies blossom and be who they are, their authentic selves. You have young girls coming in there of all different socioeconomic backgrounds, just various ideologies and religions and goals of becoming great contributors to society. Those ideals, those principles, and those values ran deep at AGS. Ran often. I would go to my daughter's volleyball games. I would see their plays, and this one right here was a big, she's my daughter and her, well, both of them actually. You guys are, both in volleyball with her and big in the play. Oh, yes. They have fun there, and they did great academically. The preparation was great. My daughter, Bailey, on Thursday, I picked her up from University of Alabama, and she had straight A's for both semesters last year. Yes. And I contribute that to me being smart, but also, no, Atlanta Girls School preparation made her ready for the college environment because the school had so many opportunities for them to do after-school stuff, extracurricular stuff, and still got their work done. So when you get to college and you've already learned how to do time management, how to make good friends, how to make quality decisions, that's what Atlanta Girls School prepared. So Kimball and your team, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your commitment to the lives of young girls and their families. We felt like a family at AGS. Even through the pandemic, we stuck together. And again, I see these faces and I know that while the school building and the academic portion of that may not carry on this next year, the family, the love, the support of AGS and the values all reside right in our hearts and in our children. So Thank you, AGS, for what you've contributed to Atlanta, and God bless you all. Thank you.
My name is Ariana Franks.
My name is Kyra Murray. We are 2 of 4 elected student leaders representing the final graduating class of it. On behalf of the AGS class, we express our sincere gratitude to Mayor Andre Dick, Councilmember Michael G., Council President Doug Shipman, Councilmember Mary Norton, Councilmember the Atlanta City Council. We appreciate this recognition. The City of Atlanta.
During the fall of 2023, we started the academic year with the Senior Sunrise Celebration, full of excitement and nerves as we anticipated what the upcoming school year would hold. Throughout our tenure at AGS, we have always been encouraged to be bold. As we now stand 12 days away from graduation, the landscape certainly looks a bit different than what we had anticipated. However, there are some things that have not changed at all. We are still bold, and we are more excited about our futures than ever before. We are betting on us.
A class of 22 young women, we have received to date admission to 84 colleges and universities, and 19 of us were inducted into the National Honor Society. Amongst us, there are accomplished GISA athletes and thespians, Model UN team members, science fair winners, singers, dancers, artists, and the list goes on.
None of our accomplishments would be possible without the support of numerous priceless individuals. Can't say thank you enough to our parents and families, as we wouldn't have come this far without you. Thank you to our founders and our amazing team of current educators, Ms. Kimbrell Smith, Mr. Andy Adamson, Ms. Kara Reese, Dr. Susie Beckham, Senora Ari Brivaldo, Dr. Latrice Cole, Coach Autumn Burnett, Ms. Roz Byrne, Ms. Brittany Campbell, Ms. Jennifer Cockrell, Ms. Jade Domain, Coach Stacy Floyd, Ms. Jennifer Halicki, Ms. Aisha Kareem, Senora Meyer Kyle,
Ms. Becca Layson, Ms. Kira McNaughton, Ms. Gayla Peters, Ms. Dory Thurman, Ms. Amber Player, Mr. Nick Silvestri, Ms. Carrie Smith, Coach Kat Stansbury, Ms. Barbara Udehart, Mr. Will Linares, Ms. Tamiko Robinson, Ms. Kimberly Whitehead, Ms. Stephanie Tinley, Ms. Billy Mears, and the late Ms. Suzanne Coleman. You will carry the many lifelong lessons you have taught us for the rest of our lives.
Again, thank you for this opportunity to come together here at City Hall as we enter the final days of this chapter in our stories. Where one chapter ends, another begins. We look forward to the new successes and achievements of the next chapter. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kimbrell Smith, and I have been honored and privileged to serve as head of school at Atlanta Girls School for the past 3 years, and prior to that, as a trustee. And I did not prepare remarks today because at Atlanta Girls School, we let our students and our alumni speak on our behalf, and so I want to make sure that they have the time they deserve. But I do just want to say it has been the honor of a lifetime serving these young women. And I know that this city is stronger because we existed. And I know that our future is brighter because these students are our future. And we know who they are and what they're about. And our future is looking mighty good. So thank you.
Are there any colleagues who'd like to make a comment?
Hi, I'm Anna Plespeel. I'm in the first graduating class from Atlanta Girls School along with Lindsay. It's such an honor to be up here, especially with those who are graduating this year. Try to get through this without crying. It is my honor to recognize Atlanta Girls School today. especially the people who made the school, many of whom are here, including the founders, board members, founding teachers, current administrators, heads of schools, and students. I want to thank all of those who started AGS and helped it grow from the beginning until the end, several of whom are here, Ms. Cockrell, Ms. Halicki, and Ms. Neff. Atlanta Girls School is a magical place that changed my life, and I'm sure changed those of many of my classmates. It provided a safe space, underlined safe space, for students for 24 years. While the school may not physically still be in Atlanta, the love and joy it brought to so many will continue on in our hearts. Thank you to all of the founders, teachers, and staff who provided mentorship and love, many of whom are still my confidants today. Last, thank you for recognizing AGS. AGS grads are forever bonded by the close-knit and delightful community. Thank you.
Former Atlanta Councilman Greg.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Bond. My name is Greg Pridgeon. My daughter, Sterling Christine Pridgeon, was one of the original students at the Atlanta Girls School, and some of her classmates are here today. While she didn't finish her time there, her heart and what she learned there has been forward in her thinking as she's moved forward. So she graduated, just like many of you, and I just wanted to say thank you to the founders for allowing my family, the Pridgeon family, to be part of this legacy. Thank you.
Well, we want to say thank you to all of you for being here. Old African proverb, woman, you all have educated. So with that legacy will not die. Those of you who live tell reflect the impact thought and they have learned. God bless you. We're about to engage in a ritual. It's only take do what the city council asks. Take a picture. And so if go up to the front.
Yes. Next, I'd like to ask Councilmember Jason Winston and all of those here for the recognition of National Water Safety Month to join us up on the podium.
All right, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Jason Winston, Councilman for District 1 and the Community Development Human Services Committee Chair. And today we are presenting a proclamation in recognition of National Water Safety Month. In June of 2023, several community partners under the leadership of the Department of Parks and Rec and Commissioner Cutler formed the Atlanta Water Safety Coalition. This month is National Water Safety Month, which we're proud to recognize in the city of Atlanta. This is a group effort to help raise awareness about water safety, which is especially important as we head into the summer months, and more kids are able to go out into our city pools and splash pads. So I'm going to start off by reading the proclamation. In recognition of National Water Safety Month, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to join the City of Atlanta Department of Parks and Recreation and the Atlanta Water Safety Coalition in observing National Water Safety Month in the city of Atlanta. And whereas swimming and aquatic related activities relate to good physical and mental health and enhanced quality of life. However, drowning is the leading cause of accidental death in children aged 1 to 4. And whereas the collaboration between government agencies, nonprofits, schools, and community stakeholders is an essential way to effectively address water safety challenges and promote a culture of safe swimming and recreation. And whereas the Atlanta Water Safety Coalition, comprised of partners like the City of Atlanta Department of Parks and Recreation, the YMCA of Metro Atlanta, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the American Red Cross, and WABE, aim to promote water safety and prevent drowning with a focus on reducing childhood drowning rates, particularly among Black and brown youth. Whereas water safety education is vital in preventing drownings and water-related injuries, learning to swim and practicing water safety are essential life-saving skills, and whereas by enhancing supervision and promoting emergency preparedness, we can greatly reduce the risk of drowning, especially among children and inexperienced swimmers. And whereas with May designated as Water Safety Month, the Atlanta Water Safety Coalition seeks to use this platform to evaluate opportunities for swim lessons, water safety education, lifeguard training and recruitment, and CPR certification provided by coalition partners. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as National Water Safety Month in the city of Atlanta and urge everyone in the community to help raise awareness about the importance of water safety. And so at this time, I'm going to bring up the Department of Parks and Recreation Commissioner, Justin Cutler. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Winston, and thank you, Council President Shipman and the entire Atlanta City Council for the proclamation. On behalf of the entire Atlanta Water Safety Coalition, I accept the proclamation. The work that we are doing in the city of Atlanta will change the trajectory of childhood drownings now and into the future, all in an aim to help support the mayor's goal of creating the safest place in America to raise a child. The work that we're doing at the City of Atlanta will help address what studies find is the highest drowning rates among children ages 1 to 4 and boys ages 15 to 19. However, youth in Black and brown communities are at greater risk overall, which is the group we're focusing on. Coalition's work will shed light on the issue as driving force behind what we do. Our aim is to develop age-appropriate interventions and strategies to equip young swimmers with the tools needed to remain safe in the water. Part of our charge is also to provide greater access to swimming and water safety instruction for children through lessons and education. We're excited to be members today, and we'll continue to work to provide a safe environment for young children. And I'd just also like to call out specifically Sears Pool Management, who recently joined our coalition. They help manage a lot of the private pools. So they too are committed to making sure that pools at apartment complexes and HOAs are water safe and safe for our young people. So we're glad to be a part of this coalition. And thank you, Councilmember Winston, for the proclamation.
Thank you. And at this time, I'm pleased to join the American Red Cross because as we recognize Water Safety Month, I want to honor today two great heroes in the city of Atlanta, especially in the Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. Askia Bashir and Kwame Hogan, Kamal Hogan, sorry about that, Kamal, who both serve as aquatics facility assistant, and we have aquatics facility supervisor. 22 years. So the two of them actually saved a 93-year-old woman who was nearly drowned in the C.T. Martin Recreation Center. And so through their heroic effort, she was saved, and we thank you very much for your heroics on that day and save the 93-year-old person at C.T. Martin. And you know, everything that you do for your job is very important. Important that we recognize you, what you've done today. And at this time, I'd like to bring up Terry Bador from American Red Cross, who also have a few words. Thank you
so much, Councilmember Winston. So I'm joined today by my colleague, Lindsay Ross, who leads our aquatics and first responder programs, and she partners directly with your City of Atlanta Parks and Recreation team. The Red Cross National Life Saving Awards were created in 1911 and recognize those who embody the humanitarian spirit of the American Red Cross. Since then, thousands of individuals across the country have been recognized for saving or sustaining a life as a result of their Red Cross training. While we proclaim May as Water Safety Month, it's appropriate to recognize your City of Atlanta aquatic professionals who use their life-saving chain of survival skills to assess a situation, recognize distress, and then provide the appropriate care response. As you've already heard from Councilmember Winston, in November of 2023, there was an incident with a senior member at the C.T. Martin Recreation Facility. But Askia Bashir, aquatics facility supervisor and trained in Red Cross lifeguarding with CPR, automated external defibrillator for professional rescuers, and first aid, assessed the situation, determined what was the issue, and provided care. When this woman's airway was opened, she was able to dispel fluid, began breathing normally, and regained consciousness. The skills he used that day helped to save the life of this woman. So for this act, on behalf of the Red Cross, we're pleased to recognize Askia Bashir with the Life Saving Award for Professional Responders. Your actions exemplify the highest degree of concern of one human being for another. We're also pleased to recognize Kamal Hogan because he's the instructor who taught Askia the skills he used to provide the care. We have an award to present, a Life-Saving Instructor Award. I want to thank you both for serving our, taking immediate action when it was needed.
Thank you, Terry. And I know Councilmember Boone, she couldn't be in here at this moment, but she also wanted to say her congratulations. She said, make sure you tell Bashir I said hello and thank you. So we appreciate that. And Kamau, I know I said your title early, but you were the instructor, so I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. But wanted to give you two an opportunity to say anything. You don't have to, but we'd love to hear from you.
Just real quick, I'd like to give thanks to the pioneers of water safety team. Harold Head, Edward Weaver, Father Eskil Bashir.
Thank you. Mr. Hogan? Well, also, Mark Welch, I think he was here from Troy. Sure. Okay. Awesome. Well, we appreciate all of you. This is very important. I know that this is a great group effort that we're taking and make sure that especially our Black and brown kids are getting the proper training they need to be able to swim and have the life water skills to survive. And as our pools and splash pads are opening, Commissioner Cutler, are they officially May 25th? Pools and all splash pads will be open around the city of Atlanta. So we hope that all our youth go out and enjoy what the city of Atlanta Parks and Recreation Department has to offer within our city with the pools and our splash pads. It's a great amenity that we have, and we hope that all enjoy them safely, especially when we have people like Mr. Bashir and Mr. Holt here. With that, we can go up front. We'll take a photo, and thank everyone. Oh, sorry, did anyone of my colleagues? Oh, all right, great. Let's take a picture. Do what council does best.
One more proclamation, and I'd like to ask our city clerk and the clerk's team to come forward. The clerk's office and city clerks all across our municipalities make our cities work, and they do so quietly, often behind the scenes, but what we do would neither be efficient nor legal without the work of our clerks. And so we are very happy to have a proclamation today in recognition of the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. And it reads, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to celebrate the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, a time to honor a vital part of our local government that exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants, the diligent efforts and unwavering dedication of municipal clerks serve as the backbone of efficient government in our communities. And whereas since the inception in 1969 by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, IIMC, Municipal Clerks Week has stood as a testament to the vital role played by these dedicated professionals in ensuring the smooth functioning of local government. And whereas the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas the year 2024 marks the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, a milestone celebration of the tireless commitment and invaluable contributions of municipal clerks across the United States, Canada, and 15 other countries. And whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas during this week, let us celebrate the dedication and professionalism of municipal clerks by participating in a series of activities aimed at raising public awareness of their vital role in local government and community service. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim May 5th through May 11th, 2024, as the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. I would also just add to this proclamation that it is timely that it is happening now because we are in the midst of a local election, which is also one of the most important duties that municipal clerks function in making sure that all of the mechanisms of those elections happen and happen in a way that allow all to participate. On behalf of the entire City Council, we could not do our jobs without each and every one of you. Thank you for what you do. Let us give a big round of applause to our municipal clerk team.
I just wanted to thank the Council President Shipman and all the members of the council. I'm newly appointed city clerk, so I sort of nudged the Council President, asked him to sort of recognize me in this first year and to just congratulate my team. They're a really wonderful team. We're all about customer service, and so we really enjoy serving the public. I just want to thank everyone for their support.
My colleagues? No, with that, let's take a picture. Next on the agenda is remarks of the public. I would remind everyone that you'll have up to 2 minutes unless you've been yielded time by someone else. First up today will be Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Give it down to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. For a bishop must be blameless as the steward of God, not self-willed, not soon angry, not given to wine, no striker, not given to filthy lucre. Titus, 1st chapter, 7th verse. He, bishop, is also called the steward of God, meaning God's household servant. No striker means not a brawler or a fighter. Not given to filthy lucre means not greedy of financial gain. James Gift has been called to preach Jesus' word and work evil against me. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, Ishmael, because the Lord had heard thy affliction. Genesis 16, chapter 11, verse. The name means God hears, and was intended to remind Hagar of God's special intervention on her behalf. Jesus said, don't give James glory for what Christ has done in me. So I cannot marry James. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father, which is in heaven. Matthew 10, chapter 33rd verse. Therefore, a single act of denial does not make one unworthy of being a disciple, but refusing to confess Christ at all eliminates one from being a true follower of Jesus Christ. God said, if I work for you, a problem will arise that will need the gift, and I will be too tired to help you. So I will refuse your job because Jesus deserves his praises and glory. After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward. Genesis 15, chapter, first verse. Thy shield and thy exceeding great reward. This chapter introduces Abraham. We want Christ to be under control of us because we lead people to destruction and not to life.
Next up will be Queen Brown DeTime. Again, if I mispronounce your name, please do correct me for the record at the podium. Up to 2 minutes.
All right, it's Queen Brown of Chum. I do have something for the council. Good afternoon. All right, my name is Queen Brown of Chum. I am the founder of the QEB Foundation. We are 501c3 located right here in Atlanta, Georgia. This is our 10-year anniversary serving the community. It is also the second year that we're bringing the Cafe City Fest to Piedmont Park, also in thanks to Vegas World Entertainment. Now, CAFE stands for Community Alliance for Empowerment. So as much as I love what the mayor has done so far to end homelessness in Atlanta, it's not enough. Food, clothing, and shelter is a human right, not a privilege. 12% of homelessness has gone up due to the fact that low-income families are being priced out of housing. So understanding this trend, we have created the Cafe City program. Our goal is to bring 1,000 jobs to help Atlanta move forward. But obviously we can't do that without your assistance. Our program includes an app, a hotel resort, as well as a real estate development. We cover tech, hospitality, arts and entertainment, communications, and more. So we hope that you all will meet us on June 1st at Piedmont Park for the Cafe City Fest, as well as please review the information that we have provided for you. The Cafe City program not only provides basic necessities and wraparound services, but more importantly, financial literacy and mentorship for the youth and the adults in order to transform generations. Thank you all for your time.
My apologies. You actually have up to 4 minutes if you'd like to take additional time.
Okay. Well, I forgot about that. Yeah, the 4 minutes. All right. So reason why I also came up with the Cafe City program, if you understand homelessness, you understand that homelessness is diverse. It's not just the people that we see under the bridge, but there are many people who come to Atlanta pursuing arts and entertainment, AKA the starving artists, who are also contributing to the homeless population. That was one of the main reasons to why we started the Radio Cafe, have expanded to Cafe City, and then decided to create an app. Atlanta is not just a hub for arts and entertainment, but it is also a hub for technology. Now, our Congress can agree to ban TikTok, but they can't agree on a livable wage. And the irony of it all is that TikTok and apps like TikTok is how most people, especially Atlanta, which goes viral on social media almost every day, supplement their income. So I hope that you guys don't just use the proposal that I gave you as a door stopper, but you actually take the time to read the press release, come out to the event, and learn more about Cafe City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Camille Mosley. Camille Mosley. Next will be Waukesha Howe. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Healthy change is what I heard today. I am here in support of Liliana Battiari and Alex Warren ordinance for the Atlanta Community Energy Trust Fund. It is a super important community initiative that is needed for energy burdened communities. This is one of the mayor's promise. This is just one of the things that's needed to improve housing here in Atlanta. Now, speaking of housing, as I was coming in today, I couldn't help but notice that there are tents under the bridge all around City Hall. Now, we have people sleeping near huge rocks. This is a serious homeless issue. I noticed that the mayor came in and he spoke on 2 different proclamations, but where was he when the Forest Cole family needed him, the ones who were faced with homelessness? Remember, we came down here and told y'all probably 2-3 years ago that that plan wouldn't work. And not only do we have people sleeping up under the bridge, but we have families that would, I think, $10.69 million were allocated to them. Those families are still suffering. We have families still suffering in this city. Jason, I truly hope that swimming is free this year and all of our kids have access, because I know a lot of them did not have access to the pool. I'm very happy to hear what you did, but we want to see it working. So I just want to say it's time for you guys to put in some work and do something about the housing issue here in Atlanta, starting with the Community Energy Trust Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Matt Cox. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, Council. I'm Matt Cox. I'm the CEO and founder of GreenLink Analytics. I'm also speaking about the Community Energy Trust Fund. That legislation, 24-0-1188, is important. It's urgent. You've heard us speak with you all. In Atlanta, energy, housing, and health are inextricably linked to one another. Things are dire, things are desperate for people. Energy costs are a leading cause of displacement in Atlanta. Those most burdened by energy, climate change, and housing are the least responsible, the least resourced to respond, and the most deserving of our help. A bad environment leads to bad health, further sapping highly burdened communities. And lastly, on my parade of horribles, energy costs are going to increase by more than 50% from pre-pandemic levels, thanks to actions taken at the state level. The fund established by this legislation holds the promise to break these cycles, increasing clean energy, stabilizing communities, and improving equity across Atlanta. When appropriately funded, we will be able to jump into the future, assisting communities, businesses, and municipal operations build a better city for all. I want to thank the Clean Energy Advisory Board, the J40 Commission, the 40+ community-based organizations and nonprofits that have worked with us on this, and the Office of Sustainability and Resilience for their work over the last 3 years. And I want to thank you, Council, especially Council members Liliana Bakhtiari and Alex Wan, for your leadership and partnership. The work is going to continue beyond today, and we will be here for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, someone signed up as QEB Foundation. Is that an individual, though? Okay, next will be Brittany Burns. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
On March 8th, my 3-month-old daughter, Kari Orme Burns, we woke up to hell that morning. She was not breathing. And when we called 911, it kept going to voicemail as I was doing CPR on her. It's a problem. And I understand that a lot of times y'all hear about problems, but sorry, it's hard to breathe sometimes. This is a problem. A 3-month-old baby being on an obituary is a problem. Especially when you keep calling and it keeps going to voicemail and you keep doing CPR, praying, hoping, wishing, pleading, begging, crying, screaming desperately. going to the hospital, Dr. Allen, and the Children's Hospital that's across from Grady really, really deserve recognition, y'all, because she did everything she could. The staff did everything they could. And we're here because we've been before Public Safety Committee, and they handled us with kitten-like gloves. And we want to thank Councilman Dozier for handling us with kitten-like gloves. We want to thank Councilwoman Boone for handling us with kitten-like gloves and helping us to turn this tragedy into legacy and to ensure that this never happens to another family again. So we have been working on an initiative called Kari's Calls, which focuses on getting free infant CPR packs to pediatricians, families, free infant CPR training to families, schools, community centers, and also an infant emergency hotline. No one, no age should call for help and not get it, especially in a life or death situation. Granted, we found out that Kari passed from sudden, unexpected infant. However, I wish that I could say that everybody did what they could, but dispatch was not available. And as we've been through this journey, we've learned that dispatch needs funding, and so we're doing our side. And Councilman Dozier, thank you again, because you're doing your part with Commissioner. We cannot thank you enough. We cannot thank you enough. We can't thank you enough. But if there is a possibility or any way that the city council can continue to push forward and help with getting an infant emergency hotline and to ensure that if there is another shutdown or a hack in the city, that 911 can be moved to another hotline so that they can get help and they can get someone on the line rather than continuing to call and call and call. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Christopher Cross. Of up to 2 minutes.
How y'all doing? For my March 4th speech on the public safety meeting and the regular council meeting, the March 18th, full council meeting, and my March 25th public safety meeting. 9 local federal police stations without seeing not one investigator. I had to talk with the guy Jordan, who you know, his patrol or whatever, but he encouraging me to go to another police station. So if I done went to all these police stations, I don't feel comfortable, you know, going to police station. And I want to shout out the Instagram ADIZTHEBAM, aka Band Off Love and Hip Hop and Loyalty and everything, aka Loyalty. They witnessed these people stealing my calls. I got 2 phones that they got full control over. My YouTube at Devin Stevenson, Christopher Cross, my Instagram, Christopher Cross 223. 2 days ago, prior to that, I had people with podcasts that's reaching out to me. So when I was scheduled to do a part 2 of the podcast, I was set up. I was set up to where I was at an appointment where I had to call 911 over 15 times and had the cab counted to escort me out of these apartments. These people got a hit out on me. I'm telling y'all what's going on. Ain't nobody doing nothing about it. I'm telling y'all need to check my phones. I got evidence. I got 911 calls that the same people answering 911 and they transporting the call back to them, and this ain't right. These people trying to kill me.
Thank you. Next will be Ken Roebling. Have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. In 2010, City Council voted $25 million to replace Fire Station 22. I watched that station for 12 years. Nothing happened. Finally, you voted $8 million more to replace it and added $2 million for artwork. I decided to watch it some more to see what the artwork looked like. Well, Fire Station 22 is being built, but not very fast. I only saw 2 workers there last time I looked. Over a year and a half, and it's still not finished. At least now, the contractor has their name on the fence in front outside the contract station, or fire station. That wasn't there when they first started putting it together. By the way, Netflix has a 6-part miniseries on TV about corruption in Atlanta in the 1990s. Should be an interesting show. That must be why what the state was talking about when they wanted to take over the airport a couple years ago. They now know how to take it over. They will not bother with it as long as the corruptors are getting the money from the city. If you people stop it, they may go to the state to get their money. The corruptors, that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Margie McLeod. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm so sad that we have to learn the hard way about money, and sometimes we put money in the wrong place, $1 million to the bike, and we could have did this, but that's okay. When I'm talking about Senate Bill 404, the Senate bill here, I want you to take this because y'all need it, because homeless is going to be double because they pass it. You need to read it, because guess what the landlord is doing? They're making people to move out and telling them they got 3 days to move. And no one's not aware of this bill. And the governor signed it. Like, we're going to keep calling it's not enough housing. We don't have second homes no more. I think people go by credit, and people credit is not good. Sometimes y'all credit might not be good. But I'm thinking that we have to do this. Yes, I'm calling on the governor. We need rent control. It's a must. You might sit there and don't feel like it will happen. You gotta help, because you're gonna be 3 times homeless. Yes, Los Angeles is number 1, California number 1. We're gonna be number 2, because we have apartments. Why are they empty? The people can't afford the rent. Not affordability. We need to stop saying affordability that go by your income. So what are we gonna do? You're gonna say, no, we're homeless. It's not getting no better. And people's not getting the help like they should, because they call me. They got a 211, they go through it. No funding, out of funding. If these people's out of funding, why you keep telling them to go back to the same people and they are taking the people data? Y'all need to monitor that. You need to, because it's money. When you take my data, but you didn't help me. And I don't think we have it correct. How many homeless people that we do have that's coming to the city of Atlanta? And you keep on saying, come on down.
Time has expired.
You don't have affordable
Thank you.
ability houses for or apartment.
Thank you. Next will be Jody Williams. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hello again. I'm Jody, and first I want to address Gateway and homelessness. The process that you all have for the homeless at Gateway is pathetic. You tell the homeless to meet on Wednesday for an update. Number one, no one may be there to see them. They can't come all the way downtown and no one's there. They don't have money. If they had money, they wouldn't be homeless. Since December, no one's done anything for these people. They sit outside in the rain. You can pass by there when it rains. They're out there. Help them, do something. You're not doing anything. Next, I want to address some of the people who are caught up in this situation. A gentleman that I know with his 2 kids. So they tell him, go and stay at a hotel for 30 days. Now he's got to go. Now he's got to find people to help him because he's afraid that if eventually the police or whoever know that he's homeless with his kids, that he will lose them because they're all underage. Help him. He don't have money for a hotel 30 days. Now they got to live in the van. Do something. You're giving all this money to solar and bikes. What about the homeless people? The mayor said he was giving how much? $700,000 to Gateway? That's all? And you give solar more money than that? Where's that money going to? Georgia Power?
Time has expired.
Georgia Power don't need any money. Help these people. God sees each and every one of you, God.
Thank you. Next will be Dorothy Arnold Cox. Dorothy Arnold Cox. So, 2 minutes.
Hello. I'm here in support of the Campbellton Road overlay, which mandated that there would be no liquor, that is, beer and wine licenses granted in the Campbellton Road corridor. And the reason for that is there are myriad reasons. Mainly, we already have too much. And there are other things that we need. And I would appreciate it if you would support us in assuring that this menace that is being put on our community is curtailed by supporting our right to a livable community without additional beer and wine sales. And I will yield the rest of my time to Sherry Williams.
Sorry, you can't yield time, but she's on the list in just a couple of speakers.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't yield time at this point. It's all yours.
Well, the reason that we don't need it is because in less than like a 5-mile distance on Campbellton Road, we've identified establishments that sell beer, wine, and other spirits, and there are about 20 of them. The 2 streets that are north and south of Campbellton Road, they're less than 10, less than 5 in some cases. On Campbellton Road, there are only 2 entertainment industries that sell beer and wine and other spirits. So we don't need any more. This is the same street where we don't have an urgent care center. We don't have a full-service hospital in our area. We don't even have a sit-down restaurant on Campbellton Road. And those are the kinds of things that will make our community better. not increased beer and wine sale on Hamilton Road from the service station.
Thank you. Next is Charles Turner. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Before I get started, I would like to say I really think it's kind of disrespectful that you guys are keeping your heads down. We've been here since 12:30 signed in. People have been waiting to speak and you're not even paying attention. So I don't even know if it's worth saying, but here we go. Hello, my name is Charles, a resident of Cary Park. I spoke at the March 25th public safety meeting about cameras, lighting, speeding, and shooting, specifically at St. James Avenue connected to Northwest Drive, connecting to James Jackson Parkway, all seemingly coming in and out of Etheridge apartment complex. Since that meeting, I have witnessed a drive-by shooting. Happy to say that there were no injuries or death. And this past Saturday, it was a bad car accident where a truck flipped 3 to 4 times, and I and another gentleman driving by had to break the window and pull a 19-year-old out of the vehicle. Thankfully, no deaths there either, but the young man did suffer major back and neck injuries. There's a need for cameras, increased lighting, and speed bumps to reduce crime and speeding in this area. There were 299 calls for service on Northwest Drive alone in Q1, which was 60% of the calls the officers had to respond to. I don't think we need a study to prove what the people who live in the community are already telling you that we're experiencing. Review the data. I also don't think we need a study to understand that we need additional qualified and educated officers with competitive salaries. But if studies need to be completed to get these safety measures we need in Cary Park and throughout the city of Atlanta, will someone please provide me the dates and times that this study will be started and completed? We have people in the community that are working to make positive change. We hold meetings, we held communities cleanups, have another one this month. We mark the lights that need upgrading, show DOT what additional lights need to be installed. We've spoken at these meetings. We're growing as a community and as an association, and we still have people leaving the area because of crime or lack of safety measures. If there's anyone, any residents of Cary Park here looking to make a positive change in the community, please connect with me today before you leave. I will end this like the last meeting stating this. We are being proactive in our community, and I hope you don't wait until crime increases, people die, or we get too loud as a community before you decide to invest in our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Turner is next. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
That's my husband, and we moved to Cary Park. Dustin Hillis, you're our councilman. You've been to our meeting, and we have voiced what we need, so I'll voice it again. We read about all the development on the west side that the mayor's, supporting, that there's developers that Dustin know about. We purchased a new home that is a new construction based on what was said that would happen, right? We have the Bowen Homes Development Fund. We have all of these things that we were reading, and we could move to the suburbs, but we chose to move to this community because we believed in the vision. We wanted to be a part of the vision that everybody, including you, Dustin, was speaking of since 2015. After 3 months, we moved in September last year. In December, I was working from home. Our door was kicked in. I was home alone, and I had guns to my face, okay? We've spoken about the lights, Dustin, and we do not get any response. We speak to Georgia Power, we put in requests, we speak to the city, we speak to everybody that we can speak to. We're talking about basic needs, which is lights, speed bumps, and to be heard, okay? We are taxpayers, so where is our money going? And again, Dustin, as my husband said, we've met you at our meetings. You can't even look at us. So again, what's the point in, I consider myself as a young person, we're young people believing in you as elected officials, but we can't be seen, we can't be heard, and nobody would ever care about what we're talking about. We've been emailing you, we've been speaking to the mayor's office, and we cannot get a response. So what does it take that this is done before the summer? basic needs, lights, speed bumps, and to be heard.
It's expired. Thank you. Next is Councilmember Hillis. Thank you. Vaughn.
Thank you for both your comments. I don't know why or how this hasn't been communicated, but I have certainly sent emails about, number one, Georgia Power is the one responsible for streetlights. And in this new phase of Light Up the Night that is currently going, I asked and thankfully got a confirmation that Georgia Power would be starting with their streetlight program within MPUG, which includes Cary Park and Almond Park. Secondly, as I also have communicated at the meeting that we were all at, I, out of my own District 9 funds, not citywide funds, that we carry forward each year, dedicated over $500,000 to new cameras in District 9. You are being heard, things are happening, and your neighborhood is improving. If you would have driven around with me in Cary Park and Almond Park when I was out, just as I am now, out in the streets, driving those Northwest Drive, St. James, et cetera, in 2015, 2016, 2017, and then it started to turn around, you would have seen the many open and vacant homes, overgrowth, and I know some of that is still there, but the neighborhoods are improving. And yes, there is more work to be done, and I look forward to working with our city departments, with APD, ATL DOT, and also our partners at Georgia Power to get exactly what y'all were talking about. So thank you.
Next is Sherry Williams. No, sorry. Sherry Williams, you have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, President Shipman and council members. I'm here today with my neighbors, 3 of us from the Campbellton-Greenbrier corridor. We're here to speak in opposition to the alcohol license application at 2775 Campbellton Road for 3 reasons. Our councilwoman Overstreet has been working with us, and I would like to hear her comments, and from our 2 at-large council members when I'm done, please. We and several Campbellton-Greenbrier neighbors came together in 2021 to protest the building of this gas station that never should have been built because it violated several ordinances. The second reason why I'm here is because now several other ordinances are being violated. One is the Campbellton Road Overlay, which is Chapter 3, Ordinance number 22-0-19. And the other ordinance that's been violated is the 1,500-foot rule. The Campbellton Overlay specifically prohibits alcohol package sales, and they should never have been allowed to put in that application. The loophole allows gas stations to get alcohol licenses when they state, but with no proof, that they are going to have less than 5% of sales of all alcohol from their sales. The council must close this loophole, allowing alcohol licenses across the street from a church, a school, and a daycare center. This is a citywide problem. And due to the fact that 50% of violent crimes are committed at gas stations, that's extremely alarming and is a matter of public service. When you allow loopholes that allow the public to be at risk, we know that the buck needs to stop now. The full council met on July the 5th of 2022, and they voted unanimously for the Campbellton Overlay. So why is it now being violated? We need to know why. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Reverend Siegfried White. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. I just really want to thank you all for coming in to speak about this, because I've been very vocal since the overlay. We have quite a bit of beer and wine and liquor on Campbellton Road. We don't need any new beer, wine, and liquor on Campbellton Road. We don't need any more gas stations on Campbellton Road. This particular one that we are consistently speaking about is right next to a church. And before they built, I was very clear with them, the owner and his lawyer, that there would be no beer and wine there, because I didn't want a gas station right there in the first place. So I've also been very vocal with our law department. Any of them will let you know that I've spoken with them on numerous occasions that we are not supposed to authorize any liquor license on Campbellton Road, especially this one, because of where it's located. I've spoken with his lawyer specifically, and just because they're acting as if they can continue on the process of getting a liquor license doesn't mean that they will actually receive it, because in my view, they are breaking an ordinance and a law at this point, because we painstakingly put that Campbellton Road overlay together, and we did it very intentionally, and I hope that these words are being heard by our law department, the administration, and everyone in between, because we do not want beer, wine, liquor at 2775 Campbellton Road. And if we have to do this per installation on Campbellton Road, we will, but we do not want that. Thank you all very much for coming in to speak about this again.
Thank you.
I can't hear you.
Let's
I asked if the two at large.
Folks who can only respond if by name. So let's keep moving.
There's only one at-large person, that would be Keisha Waits for 9, 10, 11, 12. And
Yeah. But let's take conversation offline.
Yeah, and besides, I'm the one that's been working on it, like with law, with Campbellton Road, with the owner and everyone. And our at-large says that he stands with the community. I absolutely do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Reverend Siegfried White. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
To Atlanta experiencing homelessness. Buddy says he was turned away trying to get a group of men to a shelter during a cold snap. Now he's turning to city leaders for help. Fox 5's Joy Dukes has the story.
Yeah, just a few weeks after the city announced plans to use the old Atlanta Medical Center here as an emergency shelter, that Reverend tells me he wanted to help a few men escape the cold. Unfortunately, he says he wasn't able to do that because he was told he wasn't authorized.
The mayor said he's helping the people underneath the bridge. I want to help.
That's all Reverend Siegfried White says he's tried to do. Over the last 20 years, he's worked to support Atlanta's unhoused population.
I have been doing this constantly every other day, taking men and women to warming centers here in Atlanta.
So when he heard about the city's plan to convert part of the old Atlanta Medical Center into an emergency shelter, he was hopeful it would mean even more support for the city's neediest.
Yeah, I was very excited about it because I know a lot of men and women who need to go to a woman's shelter.
White told Atlanta City Council members those hopes were crushed when he tried to drop off about a dozen men at the AMC site.
My name is Reverend Siegfried White. You know, Councilman Jason Winston, Byron, Ari Farika, Michael Julius Bond. When I took some men to the Atlanta Medical Center, I was told, as you heard the news, I couldn't do it. Now, I have been given a criminal trespass. My picture is on the door when you first go into the American Medical Center. How can I take that picture down? My only crime, not for trying to rob anybody, shoot anybody, steal, my crime is trying to help men and women. The person there, the security person, baited me to come. He told me to come to meet with him. I went, only to be met by the police. I was not going to leave. They asked me to leave. I was not going to leave because I didn't do anything wrong. But they gave me a criminal trespass. I need your help, Brother Bonds, Ms. Boone, Ms. Norwood. I need your help. My picture needs to be taken down. I'm a minister of the gospel, trying to help people. Also, I was arrested on the same day. I wasn't taken to jail, but I was out there preaching the gospel on a city sidewalk. The police came, told me to stop preaching. I said, no, I'm a preacher, I'm a minister. I'm not doing anything wrong. They put me in handcuffs, threatened to take me to jail in your district, District 2. Threatened to take me to jail for preaching the gospels. I had tables out there because sometimes my feet served the homeless. The table was not impeding anybody. It was not impeded. They asked me to take them down. I said, no, they wasn't impeded. But they was going to take me to jail. And I was willing to go and stand. So I need your help from the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Danielle Russell. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Danielle Russell. I've been here before. I have never spoken, but I have reached out to my district person, Antonio Lewis, and Michael Julian Bond, with Matt Westmoreland, and Wang, Dozier, Amos, Baraki, and Bakhtiari. I have sent many of you emails when I was having housing issues. That housing issue went to municipal court, and we won. I cooperated with the city as a witness. You guys left me high and dry, and I was still evicted. I now owe money for an apartment from an owner that owes the city thousands of dollars. You are allowing these landlords to turn around and victimize the tenant. Now, when I was discussing this, I was discussing it at length with Antonio Lewis. This portion, I would like to remind you that everybody here asked for this job, and then we elected you to the job. But when I said something that Antonio Lewis didn't like, which is, y'all make me sick, in a text message after I was exposing a lie that he was telling me, he stopped talking to me. That was 2022. It is 2024, and he has done some things that I find deplorable, that are not of decorum. He's still speaking. I should not be silenced. I need an appointment with Michael Julian Bond. I do not want to be brick-walled by this city council anymore. Whomever I speak with, I should have a voice. I am a constituent. I am paying my taxes, and I am working every day as a teacher in this city. I am not playing with y'all. I am talking to y'all because I have the right to, and I should hear voices back.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Derek Blassingame. Derek Blassingame. Okay, that concludes our public comment for today. Thank you to all the members of the public who came down to speak to the council. Next, we will move to the report of the Journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I, Corinne A. Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, April 15, 2024 are true and correct.
If there are no additions or edits to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion of the motion to adopt the minutes? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to...
I'm sorry, that's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the Journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
First item, Mr. President, is 24C 5058. This is a communication from Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12, appointing Ms. Takesha Shields to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women for a term of 2 years, scheduled to begin on the date of council confirmation. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee to Development, Human Services Committee, and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Mr. President, if there are no objections, if I can take items number 2 to 4, 7, 8, and 10 as a block, they all are regarding the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Franklin.
Any objection? Please proceed.
Item number 2 is 24C 5059. This is a communication from Jill Sabat, National Center for Civil and Human Rights, nominating W. Irma Kennedy to serve as a member of the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Clark Franklin. Item number 3, 24C 5060. This is a communication from Carol Naughton, President and CEO, Purpose Built Communities, nominating Mr. Greg Garnelli to serve as a member of the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Clark Franklin. Item number 4 is 24C 5061. This is a communication from Edward Bastain, CEO, Delta, nominating Ms. Katie Childers to serve as a member of the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Clark Franklin. Item number 7, that's 24C 5064. This is a communication from Council President Doug Shipman, appointing Ms. Ingrid Saunders Jones to serve as a member of the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Clark Franklin. Item number 8, this is 24C 5065. This is a communication from Judith Monroe, President and CEO, CDC Foundation, nominating Mr. Robert Franklin Jr. to serve as a member of the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Clark Franklin. Item number 10 is 24C 5067. This is a communication from Callie Franklin, accepting service on behalf of the family to the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Clark Franklin. Staff recommendation on all these matters, Council President, is to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let all the items follow that course.
Item number 5 is 24C 5062. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Ms. Kanata Herring to serve as a member of the Chattahoochee Brick Company Memorial Green Space and Park Board. This staff recommendation is to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 6 is 24C 5063. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Ms. Cannon Kent Grant to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 11 is 24C 5068. This is a communication from Al Wiggins Jr., Commissioner, Department of Public Works, designating Ms. Shakita Smith to serve as a member of the Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committee and Committee on Council.
The item follow that course.
Item number 12 is 24C 5069. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Ms. Pierce Hand Sites as judge for the City of Atlanta Municipal Court. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 13, that's 24C 5070. This is a communication from Council President Doug Shipman, appointing Ms. Seti Bitru to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Commission in the Urban Planner category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 14 is 24C 5071. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Mr. Jack Harden to serve as a member of the commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Clark Franklin. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 15 is 24C 5072. This is a communication from Municipal Clerk Corinne Lindo submitting a report of administrative corrections made to previously adopted legislation between the regular City Council meeting dates of April 15, 2024 and May 6, 2024 to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-169 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances 11-0-1141 and 15-0-1172. And 24R 3354. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
That concludes the communications, Council President. Skip number 9. I skipped number 9. Item number 9 is 24C 5066. This is a communication from Council members Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andrea O'Boone, District 10, Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, and Antonia Lewis, District 12, appointing Mr. Eric Wilder to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Recreation Study Commission. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
That now concludes communications, Council President.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, Mr. President.
Is there any unfinished business?
No, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, Section 1. This begins on page 6 of your materials. These are all items for second reading. The appropriate motion will be to adopt, but first let me ask my colleagues, are there any items for removal? Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one item, Resolution 24-R-3440. We have a substitute ready for that item.
Sorry, say that again,
3440.
3440.
I believe it's number... I believe it's number 11 underneath the agenda.
Yes, public safety.
Oh, nope.
Nope.
I'm sorry, that's Section 2. Disregard. I'll come back when it's time for Section 2 for the consent agenda. It's under Section 2, not Section 1.
Oh, it's under Section 2. It's under first reads. Oh,
Correct. Disregard.
okay. So any items for removal from the consent agenda, Section 1? Okay. Hearing none, I'm entertaining a motion to adopt. Motion to adopt by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Was that who I heard? Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1.
The vote is open.
It is under Section 1, so I would like to make a...
Councilmember Juan has withdrawn his motion to adopt, so we will not vote. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you. It's item number 32, which is Resolution 24-R-3440.
24R-3440 on page 22, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll remove that item from the consent agenda, Section 1. Any other removals?
Thank you.
With that, I would entertain a motion. Councilmember Juan has moved the adoption of the consent agenda, Section 1, with one item removed, seconded by Councilmember Shook. During discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt with one item removed.
One moment, Council President. Council President, we're having some system issues. If we can do that by a voice vote, please.
Voice vote? All right, we'll do a voice vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1, with one item removed. Councilmember Winston?
Aye.
Councilmember Faroki? Councilmember Amos? Councilmember Dozier? Councilmember Juan? Councilmember Shook? Councilmember Norwood? Councilmember Hillis? Councilmember Boone? Councilmember Overstreet? Councilmember Lewis? Councilmember Bond?
That's 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1, Carries. Next, we will move to the consent agenda, section 2. This begins on page 35. These are items for first reading.
Council President.
Oh, Councilmember Winston, yes, before we get there. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to send item number 24-0-1183, which is item number 29 in our agenda, post haste. I'd like to make a motion to send it post haste to the mayor.
There's a motion to move 24-0-1183 to the mayor's office post haste by Councilman Winston, seconded by Councilman Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Mr. President, it's 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Now we will move to the consent agenda section 2 on page 35. These are items for first reading. Appropriate motion will be to refer, but first let me ask, are there any items for removal from the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilor Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Shook. Any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We will now move to the report of standing committees. First up today will be Finance Exec, Chair Shook.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have one item to be found on page 42. It's 24R3447, a resolution by Finance Exec authorizing the mayor or his designee to issue task order number 8 for the contract listed, B citywide architectural planning, design, engineering, and construction phase services with Fitzgerald Collaborative Group, LLC, for emergency 911 call center study to explore strategies to exit the lease via termination or sublease, and the corresponding financial impacts on behalf of the Department of Enterprise Assets Management in an amount not to exceed $99,500. All work to be charged to and paid from the account solicited and for other purposes. The department's request. This is a filing.
Motion to coming out of committee to file 24-R-3447. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. By way of an announcement, tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. here in these chambers, the council will recommence its review of the mayor's proposed FY budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be the Committee on Council. Who's going to give the report on Committee on Council? Oh, Councilmember Shook. He's back again.
Yes, I was dragooned into presiding over today's meeting. My first step is communication 24C5029. This is a communication from members Bakhtiari, Juan, Shook, Norwood, and Westmoreland, appointing Mr. Justin Wiedemann to serve as member of the task force with a recommendation to file.
Recommendation to file. There's a motion coming out of committee to file 24-C-5029. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Since it's a communication, we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to file? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to file.
Mr. President, it's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. I'd like to take items 2 through 10 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
24C5046 is a communication from Nancy Johnson, President and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Atlanta, submitting the reappointment of Mrs. Leah Pulliam to serve on the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. This appointment is a term of 3 years. 24C 5049, communication from members Hillis and Boone, appointing Mr. Anthony Wilson, second, to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board, appointment for 4 years. 24C 5050 is communication from Mayor Dickens, appointing Mr. Daniel Myers to serve as a member of the License Review Board. The appointment is for 2 years. 24C 5051 is a communication from Council President Shipman, appointing Ms. Lloyd to serve as a member of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. Appointments for 3 years. 24C 575 from Lewis, appointing Fields to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 24C 5053 is a communication from Mr. Johnson, President of the League of Women Voters, Doris Johnson, President of the League of Women Voters of Atlanta, Fulton County, appointing Ms. Cecilia Houston Torrance to serve as a member of the Commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Franklin. 24C 5054 is a communication from Ms. Boone, appointing Ms. Susan Ross to serve as a member of the Commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Franklin. 24C 5055 is a communication from Mayor Dickens, appointing Chris Davis to serve as Commissioner of the Department of Management of Atlanta. And 24C 5057 is a communication from members Bakari, Juan, Shook, Norwood, and Westmoreland, appointing Ms. Veronica Maldonado Torres to serve as a member of the City Task Force.
All these items have come out of committee favorable. They do not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? These are all communications, so we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to adopt these items? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
Mr. President, that's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt all these items carries.
All right, there was one ordinance. It is 24-0-1168. It's an ordinance by Committee on Council to amend the City Code of Ordinances, sections indicated, precinct boundary lines and polling places by amending the 2017 precinct polling place ordinance in Fulton County, precincts 2D, 2D, 4B, 4J, 4W, 5F, 9J, 9L, 9N, 10B1, 11B3, and 11C4 by updating said precincts as identified by attachment A, Fulton County precinct values, election day polling locations, 5/21/24, and for other purposes. Recommendation.
This is a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1168. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we're going to move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open.
Please reflect Councilmember Winston as an aye. Broke his computer.
The vote's closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, it is my understanding, well, the council needs to appoint its 2 members to the Budget Commission today, and we need to entertain a substitute that puts forward said names. It's my understanding that we need to go into.
Motion by Councilmember Shook to move into committee of the whole. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is any discussion on the motion to move into committee of the whole? Do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to move in committee of the whole.
Mr. President, that's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move in committee of the whole carries. We're now in committee of the whole. Councilmember Shook.
All right, thank you. I would like to bring forward the following substitute. I will read the caption. It is 24R356, resolution by Committee on Council, as substituted by the Atlanta City Council, appointing Marcy Collier Overstreet, Case Winston, to the 2 positions on the Budget Commission to be filled by 2 members of the governing body, nominated and confirmed by the governing body at large, for one-year terms for the purpose of performing the duties and responsibilities of the commission in connection with the FY25 budget for the city of Atlanta and
So motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan to adopt the substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt substitute? Oh, sorry, to bring forth the substitute. Yeah, bring forth the substitute. My apologies. Any discussion? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
Thirteen yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to bring forth substitute carries. Motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan to approve the 24-R-3356 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Again, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt as substituted.
Mr. President, that's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe I have no more.
Oh, no.
Motion to return to regular session.
Motion to move out of committee of the whole by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Winston. Any discussion on the motion to move out of committee of the whole? We do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to moving out of committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count.
Mr. President, that's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to move out of committee of the whole carries. We now are back in regular session. I would entertain a motion to adopt all actions in the committee of the whole.
A motion to adopt the motion we adopted.
There's a motion to approve all the actions in committee of the whole by Councilmember Shook, even though that's not what he said, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the committee of the whole actions? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays, Mr. President.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the actions in committee of the whole carries. You're done. Thank you, Councilmember Shook. And thank you to Councilmembers Overstreet and Winston for their service on that commission. With that, next up, we will move to the zoning committee. Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like Councilmember Shook, I too need to go into committee of the whole briefly at the beginning of this, so I will make a motion to do so for the purpose of accepting a new zoning committee ordinance that will be referred to ZRB and zoning.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Dozier to move into committee of the whole. Is there any discussion on the motion to move in committee of the whole? Is there any objection to moving in committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move in committee of the whole.
Mr. President, that's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We are now in committee of the whole. Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you. I'd like to sound ELMS 35359. It's an ordinance by the Zoning Committee to amend the Atlanta zoning ordinance by creating a new chapter 18Z SPI 26 to be entitled Chastain Park Galloway School SPI, and to amend the official zoning map by changing the designation of properties within the Chastain Park Galloway School SPI so as to add SPI 26 to the district designation and for other purposes. I will move to accept this item.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland to accept this item. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept this item? Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I'd like to abstain, please.
When we get to that point, the noted, can you just so we can go ahead and get out of the way, can you state the reason for the forthcoming abstention?
I've discussed with the ethics officer that I can have a possible conflict or appearance of a conflict of interest, and I've been asked if I will abstain from this issue.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to accept? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to accept this item.
One moment, Council President. This was just given to us with an ID number. We're trying to prepare a vote for it. Council President, we can do that by unanimous consent.
We can't do it by unanimous consent.
By a voice count.
Yeah, we can do it by voice. So the motion is to accept ELMS 35359. Councilor Winston?
Aye.
Councilor Faroki? Councilor Amos? Councilor Dozier? Councilor Wan? Councilor Shook? Councilor Norwood? Councilor Hillis? Councilor Boone? Councilor Overstreet? Councilor Lewis? Councilor Bond? Councilmember Westmoreland.
Aye.
That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
I believe it's 12 yeas and 1 abstention.
Twelve yeas and 1 abstention.
12 yeas, 1 abstention. The motion to accept carries.
I'll make a motion to exit committee of the whole.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Juan to exit committee of the whole and return to regular session. Any discussion on the motion? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move out of committee of the whole.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We're now back in regular session.
I will now make a motion to accept all actions taken in committee of the whole.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland to accept the actions taken in committee of the whole. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Faroki. Any discussion on the motion to accept the actions?
I'll be abstaining again.
Hearing none, we will move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to accept the actions in the committee of the whole. If you need to do a voice vote again, okay, we'll do a voice vote. The motion is to accept the actions in the committee of the whole. Councilor Winston. Councilor Faroki. Councilor Amos. Councilor Dozier. Councilor Juan. Councilor Shook. Councilor Norwood. Councilor Hillis. Councilor Boone. Councilor Overstreet. Councilor Lewis. Councilor Bond. Councilor Westmoreland.
Aye.
12 yeas and 1 abstention.
12 yeas, 1 abstention. The motion carries. Councilor Norwood, just want to briefly, again, for the record, state why the abstention.
The appearance of a conflict of interest, I've been advised by the ethics officer not to vote on this issue.
Thank you. So the motion to affirm the actions carries. Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you. Next up are 7 ordinances for second reading. I can take the first 5 as a block without any objection.
Please proceed.
23-0-1703, Z2370, 1111 Ridge Avenue Southwest. This ordinance is to rezone from I1CBL to MRC 3BL. Item number 2, 23-0-1710, Z2384 Martin Luther King Martin Luther King Jr. Landmark District. This ordinance is to amend the sidewalk requirements. 24-0-1137, Z2406, 1576 Donnelly Hallowell Parkway Northwest is to rezone from MRC 1 WPA WHO to MRC 2 WPA WHO. Item number 4, 24-0-1141, Z2410, 1970 Grant Road Southwest is to rezone from R3 to R4. Item number 5, 24-0-1166, U2407, 80 Jesse Hill Drive Southeast is for a special use permit for a helicopter landing facility or pickup delivery station. Items 1 through 5 were favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt these 5 items. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, do we need to continue to do a voice vote? No, we're good. All right, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 5 items.
The vote is open. Everyone, please vote. Will everyone please vote? One moment.
Councilor Winston, have you been near the clerk's computer as well?
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote?
Just to reiterate, there are 5 items: 23-0-1703, 1710, 24-0-1137, 24-0-1141, and 24-0-1166. Motion is to adopt.
The vote is closed.
Councilmember Boone, how would you like your vote reflected? Aye for Councilmember Boone, please.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Oh, Councilmember Winston's also an aye, sorry.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next up, colleagues, is 24-0-1144, MRPA 2305. It's an ordinance to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of a new single-family dwelling with a pool, patio, and garage located at 3968 West Paces Ferry Road, MPUA Council District 8, and the motion is to adopt.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1144. No second is needed. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next up, colleagues, we can take items 6 and 7 as a block, the next 2 items as a block without objection.
Please proceed.
24-0-1139, Z2408, 1474 Brooklyn Avenue is to rezone from R4 to R4BC. Next item is 24-0-1143, U2405, 2744 Peachtree Road Northwest is a special use permit for a place of worship. These items are favorable as amended, so the motion is to adopt as amended.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt these 2 items as amended. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt these 2 items as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
A moment. The vote is open. The moment. Will everyone please vote? I apologize. If you can vote again, please.
Councilmember Amos, how do you want your vote reflected? I think we're having system issues. Just want to make sure. Councilmember Amos is an aye.
The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt is minute carries.
Thank you. Next up are items for first read. We can take this first collection as a block without objection.
Please proceed.
23-0-1635, Z2363, 501 Amsterdam Avenue, 549 Amsterdam Avenue, 538 Orm Circle, a portion of 530 Worcester Drive, and a portion of 500 Park Drive is to rezone from R4BL to C1BL and C1BL to PDMUBL. Next item, 24-0-1196, Z2413, 1166, 1566, 1570, 1574, 1586, 1590, 1616, 1620, and 1626 Evans Drive Southwest, 1096, 1116, 1120, and 1130 Hood Drive Southwest, 1115, 59, 1569, 1573, 1575, 1579, 1585, 1589, 1595, 1599, 1603, 1609, 1615, 1619, 1623 Langston Avenue Southwest. To rezone from I1, C1, and R4 to MR2 and R4B. Next up, 24-0-1197, Z2414, 1179 Church Street Southwest is to rezone from R4A to R4B. 24-0-1198, Z2415, 1101 Moreland Drive Southeast, and 1721 Woodland Avenue Southeast is to rezone from R4 to MR2. 24-0-1199, Z2416, 2194 Martin Luther King Drive Southwest is to rezone from R4 to RG3. 24-0-1200, U-2406, 1140, 1150, 1152, 1160, 1166 Euclid Avenue Northeast, and 432 Seminole Avenue Northeast is a special use permit for a parking lot within 200 feet of primary use. Elms ID 35359 is a text amendment. The ordinance is to create a new Chapter 18Z, SPI 26, to be entitled Chastain Park Galloway School SPI. I move to refer these items to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Juan to refer these 7 items to the ZRB and zoning committees. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
One moment. The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Final item of my report is 24-0-1201 MRPA 2317-2032 West Paces Ferry Road Northwest. The ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act for construction of 2 accessory storage buildings, walls, and paths. I move to refer item to Zoning Committee.
It's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by, I didn't catch the seconded by Councilmember Winston to refer 24-0-1201 to the Zoning Committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland. Next up will be the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee. Chair Boone.
Mr. President, we do not have a report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be the City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis.
President, good afternoon. Please turn to page 64 in your full council agenda for the standing committee report on the city's utility committees for item number 1. Elms 2301445. An ordinance by Councilmember Keisha Sean Waits to amend Chapter 130, Article 1, Section 13012, to update fine provisions for failure to maintain public or privately owned property and for other reasons. The Department of Public Works requested that this item be filed.
Motion coming out of committee to file 23-0-1445. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Council President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. Next up will be CDHS, Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. We have no report.
Thank you. Finally, today will be Transportation Committee, Chair Amos. Yes, I think Councilmember Dozier gave you some work to do today.
Sir, there we go. Yes, we have one item 24-R-3440. You can find that item number, was on item number 32, page 22. Resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to apply for and, if awarded, accept federal funding for the Atlanta Regional Commission, Georgia Department of Transportation, United States Department of Transportation, and other partner organization on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the purpose of participating in the 2024 Transportation Improvement Program, call for projects and for other purposes. Make a motion to pass.
There's a motion to adopt 24-R-3440. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Dozier.
I would like to make a substitute motion.
Like to bring forth a substitute?
Yes.
Councilmember Dozier is moving to bring forth a substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Does everybody have the substitute?
It was emailed about an hour and a half ago.
Okay. And do we need to read the caption?
Yeah.
The caption does not change? Okay. Can you just briefly explain what the substitute is doing?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, so this legislation that is before us is for our application for the Atlanta Regional Commission's Transportation Improvement Program. It's a lot of funding opportunities for projects that our Department of Transportation and several of our community improvement districts have been working on together to make happen much more quickly than maybe some of the other funding opportunities that are out there. However, some of the legislation, the whereas clauses, or some of the wording in the whereas clauses either need to be corrected. So for instance, there are some things happening in Upper West Side CID, Councilmember Hillis' district. So the language West Side Thrive is included to specifically spell out that slate of projects. Peachtree Safe Street Midtown is specifically referenced versus the language that was in there originally. And then also Ted Turner two-way conversion was also added. These projects have letters of intent and support from the Department of Transportation. However, we want to make sure that those projects are specifically called out in this application in case there's any sort of confusion down the line. So that's what the substitute does.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Moment. The vote's closed at 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Okay, back reading the caption. The caption did not change, but since we have a motion in front of us, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to apply for and, if awarded, accept federal funds from the Atlanta Regional Commission, Georgia Department of Transportation, United States Department of Transportation, and for partner organizations on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the purpose of participating in the 2024 Transportation Improvement Program call for projects and for other purposes. Substitute is before us. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to adopt 24-R-3440 as substituted by Councilmember Amos, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Support.
Thank you, Chair Amos. Before we move to personal papers, I believe there's been a request for an executive session from the Law Department. Could someone from the Law Department explain why there's been a request for an executive session?
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. The Department of Law will request an executive session to discuss pending litigation.
Thank you. Sorry, who made the original motion? Councilmember Juan has moved to executive session, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to move into executive session? Any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move into executive session.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. We will now stand in executive session. Motion passes.
Oh, yeah, just one. Oh, I don't know. I mean, because not like he just did it. Yeah, because they came out and then they But you're right. Gotta add that. Yeah, that's what they are. And then that was a
I would entertain a motion to come back from the executive committee. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to move out of executive committee and back into regular session? Out of executive session. Oh, sorry, out of executive session. My apologies. We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to moving out of executive session back into regular council? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
That's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
How many? Sorry.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move out of executive session carries. We're back in regular session of council. We are now moving into personal papers. First papers for immediate consideration, Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 35358, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims against defendants in the case of Tamara Wilson, ETAL versus City of Atlanta, civil action file number 124 CV 00246 MHC, pending in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia in the amount of $3,800,000.00. The settlement amount authorizing the settlement amount to be charged to and paid from 1001 General Fund, Center number 200101, non-departmental account 5212005, litigation expenses and functional activity number 512000, accounting and for other purposes. Whereas Tamara Wilson, as administrative of the estate of Johnny Holman Sr., deceased, and Betty Morris individually, and as the surviving spouse of Johnny Holman Sr., descendant versus City of Atlanta, Georgia, a municipal corporation of the state of Georgia, Chief Darren Shearbaum in his individual capacity and official capacity, and Karen Kimbrough individually in a lawsuit in which plaintiffs seek to recover damages from the City of Atlanta, the city resulting from the death of Johnny Holman Sr., the descendant. Whereas plaintiffs allege that on August 10th, 2023, Atlanta Police Officer Kimbrough was dispatched to a motor vehicle accident involving Johnny Holman Sr. Plaintiffs alleged that as the accident scene, defendant Kimbrough used excessive force when he tased Mr. Holman, resulting in his death, and whereas plaintiffs have agreed to accept the settlement amount in full settlement of all claims against the defendants, and whereas the city attorney has done an extensive review of the facts and the law has determined that the city's potential financial exposure in defending plaintiff's claim is in excess of the settlement amount, and whereas the city attorney considers it to be in the best interest of the city to settle all claims against the defendants, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the city attorney is hereby authorized to settle and execute all documents in cases of Tamara Wilson as administrative of the estate of Johnny Holman Sr., deceased, and Betty Morris individually as the surviving spouse of Johnny Holman Sr., descendant versus City of Atlanta, Georgia, a municipal corporation of the state of Georgia, Chief Darren Shearbaum in his individual capacity and official capacity, and Karen Kimbrough individually in the amount of $3,800,000.00. Be it finally resolved that the Chief Financial Officer is authorized to make a payment from Fund 1001, General Fund Center number 200101, non-departmental account 5212005, litigation expenses and functional activity 1512000, accounting payment shall be in the form of a check in the amount of $3,800,000 payable to Tamara Wilson as administratress of the estate of Johnny Holman Sr., deceased, and Betty Morris individually, and as the surviving spouse of Johnny Holman Sr., descendant, care of the Davis Bozeman Law Firm, PC, 4153C, Flat Shoals Parkway, Decatur, Georgia, 30034. Such payment shall be in full consideration of the dismissal of all claims against the defendants.
I make a motion to approve this settlement.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to adopt Elms 35358. There's a second by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this paper? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. It's 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries. Thank you, Councilmember Boone. Next, any other papers for immediate consideration? I don't believe there are. Yep. There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to move post haste, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to move Elms 35358 post haste to the mayor's office? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
President, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to move post haste carries. Any other items for immediate? Next, when we will move to items for referral. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Council President. First item is Elms ID 35304, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Labor and Employment Services, aka WorkSource Atlanta, to exercise an option to renew the contractual agreement for the number listed with Arbor ENT LLC Workforce Solutions for a term of 1 year in an amount not to exceed $750,000.00 for the purpose of providing workforce service delivery for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act youth programs and services, to authorize the chief financial officer to make payments to the administrative memorandum submitted in accordance with the number listed. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from accounts numbers determined by the chief financial officer and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35304 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 35333, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to execute a memorandum of understanding between the city, the Atlanta Braves Foundation, Morehouse College, and the Atlanta Fulton Recreation Authority for the purpose of constructing improvements to the city's Southside Park and the development of a baseball complex at the park in honor of Hank Aaron, to promote minority youth participations in baseball, authorizing the acceptance by the city of donations of fund and in-kind services from the foundation in an amount not less than $1 million, approximately $800,000 cash and $200,000 in payment or design fees for the complex, donation of funds from Morehouse in an amount not less than $2 million, and donations of funds from Africa in an amount no less than $1 million, collectively donated funds authorizing the city to provide funding for the complex in an amount not to exceed $3,750,000 city funds, authorizing the chief financial officer or his designee to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget by adding in anticipations and appropriations the donated funds, and by transferring the city's funds in the amount not to exceed $3,750,000, establishing a special fund account in the Department of Parks and Recreation to accept donations and funds for the construction of park improvements for the complex, all funds to be paid to and from for completion of the complex, waiving Article 10, Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute sponsorship agreements with the sponsors to effectuate the additional funding for completion of the complex and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35333 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 35302, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Labor and Employment Services, aka WorkSource Atlanta, to exercise the option to renew the RFP listed One-Stop Career Center within the Door LLC for a term of 2 years in an amount not to exceed $251,260.00, to authorize the chief financial officer to make payments pursuant to the administrative memorandum submitted in accordance with the the number listed. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from account numbers determined by the Chief Financial Officer and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35302 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID 35353, an ordinance by council members Westmoreland, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Winston, Faroki, Amos, Ozer again, Juan, Shook, Norwood, Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, Lewis, and Bond to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended by amending Chapter 36 Beltline Overlay and District Regulations, Section 16-36.008, permitted and prohibited uses and structures so as to prohibit data centers within the Beltline Overlay District and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35353 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and CRB Committees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shook.
Thank you. Elms 35211, resolution by Shook, authorizing the Watershed Commissioner to adjust water and sewer service charges on certain customer accounts incurred due to burst water service lines in the amount of X.
Elms ID 35211 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 35212, Shook, authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in the amount of X. All funds to be charged to and paid from.
Elms ID 35212 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 35218 is an ordinance by Shook, amending Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 4 of the Classification Plan in the Code of Ordinances, so as to provide for certain position abolishments, creations, reclassifications, creations, above entry authorizations, employee position transfers, position funding, allocation changes, and other personnel actions in line with the FY budget.
Elms ID 35218 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And Elms 35334, an ordinance by Shook, a 2024 supplemental commercial paper ordinance to ratify, reaffirm, supplement, and amend that certain commercial paper ordinance adopted January 18th of 2006 under and pursuant to the certain master bond ordinance of the city, which was adopted March 1 of 1999, to provide for the establishment of a 2024 commercial paper program with respect to the issuance of the City of Atlanta of its water and wastewater revenue commercial paper notes, Series 2024-A1 and Series 2024-2, from time to time in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $300 million outstanding at any time, for the purpose of financing on an interim basis the cost of making additions, extensions, and improvements to its combined drinking water, sanitary sewer, and wastewater systems, to designate the letter of credit providers with regard to the Series 2024 notes, to authorize the form of the letter of credit and reimbursement agreements and related fee agreements, payment and advances made on the city's behalf in regard to the Series 2024 notes, designate commercial paper dealers and an paying agent to approve forms of an issuing and paying agency agreement, commercial paper dealer agreements, and certain other agreements in connection with said 2024 commercial paper program, and to authorize a preparation, distribution, use of an offering memorandum in connection with the offering for sale of the Series 2024 A1, 2024 notes, to authorize the City of Atlanta water and wastewater revenue bonds, Series 2024 A1, Series 2024 A2, and to be issued if and to the extent required to pay the principal of and accrued interest on the Series 2024 note of security, all to the extent deemed to be in the best interest of the city by the CFO, to provide the Department of Watershed Management with encumbrance authority so as to facilitate the completion of the Watershed Consent Decree program, all resolutions and ordinances, parts of ordinances, or parts of resolutions and ordinances conflict with the provisions of the
Elms ID 35334 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Paper. Elms Elms ID number 35224, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet waiving Article X, Section 2-1546 of the Procurement Code of the City of Atlanta's Code of Ordinances, authorizing the mayor of his or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta, Atlanta Police Department to enter into a Fourth Amendment to lease agreement with KDI Atlanta Mall LLC Incorporated Limited Liability Company for approximately 1,927 square feet of office space located at 2841 Greenbrier Parkway, Southwest Suite X336, Atlanta, Georgia, for the Atlanta Police Department, Zone 4, Greenbrier Mall, Mini Precinct, commencing April 1st, 2024, and ending March 31st, 2025, authorizing the expenditure to be charged to and paid from 1001 General Fund Department 240401 APD Uniform Patrol Account 5223102, operating lease rental land function 3223000 patrol and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35224 will be referred to the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, Council President Shipman. Two papers. The first is Elms ID 35361, an ordinance by Councilmember Mayor Faroki to amend Chapter 110, Article 3, Division 1, Section 110-75 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to restrict amplified sound at gated events and outdoor events occurring between the hours of 8 p.m. through 11 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday at historic Fourth Ward Park and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35361 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID 35335, a resolution by Councilmember Mayor Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a programmatic agreement with the Georgia State Historic Preservation Officer, the Housing Authority of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, and the Atlanta Civic Center Partners LLC for the purpose of dealing with the potential adverse effects of complex projects or multiple undertakings involved in redeveloping the Atlanta Civic Center located at 395 Piedmont Avenue Northeast, Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35335 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first item is Elms number 35357. It's the ordinance by Council members Jason Dozier, Matt Westmoreland, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron D. Amos, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcia Collier Overstreet, Lewis, Michael Julian Bond, to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended by amending various provisions of the text, including creating a definition for data center, by amending Chapter 29, and by amending the regulations of various districts to prohibit data centers within half a mile of high-capacity transit stops and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35357 will be referred jointly to zoning and ZRB committees.
Next item is Elms ID number 35352, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $4,500.00 to the National Center for Civil and Human Rights pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter.
Elms ID 35352 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Next item is Elms ID number 35268, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee to permanently close the portion of Chickamauga Avenue Southwest south of Interstate 20 to transfer portions of Chickamauga Avenue Southwest from the purview of the Department of Transportation to the purview of the Department of Parks and Recreation in connection with construction of Enoda Park and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35268 will be jointly referred to CDHS and Transportation Committees.
All right, my last item is Elms ID number 35269, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee to permanently close the portion of Sells Avenue Southwest between Enoda Place Southwest and Langhorne Street Southwest to transfer portions of the Sells Avenue Southwest right-of-way between Enoda Place Southwest and Langhorne Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, from the purview of the Department of Transportation to the purview of the Department of Parks and Recreation in connection with construction of Enoda Park at Westview and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35269 will be referred to the Transportation Committee and CDHS.
Includes my items for introduction.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 35307, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee, including the chief sustainability officer on behalf of the city of Atlanta, to apply for reimbursable grant funding from the United States Department of Energy in the amount of $3,600,000.00 to fund the installation of solar and battery storage at strategic City of Atlanta building locations to create resilience hubs, authorizing the mayor or his designee, including the chief sustainability officer, to execute any required documents and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35307 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID number 35247, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance to amend the City of Atlanta Part 2 Code of Ordinances, General Ordinances, Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 4, Civil Service, Division 1, generally to create a new section 11491 to be entitled Workers' Compensation Training, so as to require annual training for all City of Atlanta elected officials and employees and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35247 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have Elms Act 35351, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Bond, ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to accept a donation of an easement from the Atlanta Independent School System for the purpose of installing 2 historical markers on the campus of Frederick Douglass High School to commemorate status of the school as a civic institution, to authorize the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the City of Atlanta, to execute the easement agreement and for
Elms ID 35351 will be jointly referred to the City Utilities Committee and CDHS.
Elms ID number 35336, resolution by Councilman Mike Bond, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the third amendment to the agreement number RFPS 1210214, Citywide Security Guard Services and Dynamic and Safeguard Security on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness to add funding for the Department of Watershed Management, Municipal Court of the City of Atlanta, Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness, and the Department of Parks and Recreation in the amount not to exceed $1,210,000.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from department, organization, and account numbers listed therein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35336 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
There have 2 papers, ID 35309, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, 33rd Supplemental Bond Ordinance. Supplementing and reinstated the amended Master Bond Ordinance of the City of Atlanta adopted on March 20th, 2000, 99-0-1896, as previously amended and supplemented, providing for the insurance of the City of Atlanta and its Airport General Revenue Bond in the combined aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $6 million in multiple series designated herein as Series 2024 A-B bonds and any additional subseries designated as herein permitted, providing funds for the purpose of, among other things, financing and refinancing in whole or in part the cost of planning, engineering, design, acquisition, equipping, and construction of certain improvements to Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, providing for a reasonable required debt service reserve, providing for the payment of costs of issuance, including bond issuance, if any, providing for the forms and authorization, the execution of said Series 2024 A/B bonds, providing for the rights of the holder in said Series 2024 A/B bonds, authorizing and approving the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement and a final official statement in connection with the offer and sale in said bonds, 2024 A/B bonds, granting the chief officer, the city finance officer, or airport manager the authority to deem final the preliminary official statement for purposes of Securities and Exchange Commission's Rule 15-C-12, granting the chief officer, the chief financial officer, or airport manager authority to approve or execute a final official statement authorizing the execution of a continuing disclosure agreement, a bond purchase agreement, and a certain other agreement in connection with said Series 2024 A/B bonds, and providing for incidental action, authorizing the negotiation and purpose of municipal bond issuance, and for the selection of a bond insurer for respect to all or portions of said Series 2024 A/B bonds, if determined to be in the past interest of the city, designating a paying agent, a bond registrar, providing for severability, authorizing certain officials and employees in the city to take all actions required in connection with the issuance of said Series 2024-B bonds, providing certain other details with respect thereto, providing an effective date, and for related purposes.
Elms ID 35309 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 35360, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, authorizing the mayor or his designee to retroactively apply for, accept funds, and amend the FY23 Intergovernmental Grant Fund budget for applying for anticipations and anticipating award funds from the United States Department of Transportation Highway Infrastructure Program in the amount not to exceed $3 million, 0 cents, for the funding of design and engineering for the Midtown Connector project, to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into the necessary agreements with the project partners, including the Atlanta Regional Commission, the United States Department of Transportation, and or the Georgia Department of Transportation for implementation of grant acceptance and participation, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 35360 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. That is all the papers for referral today. We'll move to general remarks. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to send out a thank you. This is a huge thank you note to the Blank family for their foundation having a volunteer day that was phenomenal. We started with a rally at Mercedes-Benz in the morning. Hundreds of volunteers were there just to serve District 11. We went to Adams Park. We had 8 teams. We rode all the way from Mercedes-Benz via motorcade, at least 8 big, huge motor coaches to Adams Park, and we worked on Tup Homes, which is the golf course located directly across the street from Adams Park, 18 holes, and we also worked throughout Adams Park. Those volunteers did so much work. I want to just say thank you for the work that they did. We spent hours, and what they did in 1 to 2 to 3 hours would have taken Parks and Recs weeks to do. It really is a transformative look. It was a beautiful day, and I can't wait to show everyone the picture. So thank you to the Blank Family Volunteer Day.
Thank you. Councilor Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. As always, working with work anniversaries, we have Miss Neka Wambi. May 18th, she'll be with us for 7 years. So congratulations to her. Then just a couple of announcements. Just want to let everyone know, of course, May is Mental Health Month. My office will be partnering with the Eversea Foundation and other organizations just to engage the community around mental health issues and how we can be effective in that. Also building off of what I heard was a wonderful success at West Manor Park last weekend, I will be hosting this weekend the Neighborhood Jazz Festival at Washington Park. So hopefully we have just as great of a turnout and a success as my council colleague Boone did on last Saturday. And then also on May 15th at 6 p.m., I will be hosting the annual virtual budget town hall, just to hear comments and concerns from District 3 citizens. So as soon as we get that link up and going, we will let everyone know. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to give a big shout out to Emory University, Emory Healthcare, as well as our very own Department of Human Resources and Commissioner Tarlisha Smith for the phenomenal job fair and job expo we held in the Mechanicsville community last week. We had almost 800 participants in that job fair, and it was just so remarkable to see so many people from our communities come out looking for not just good paying jobs, but great careers, not only with the city of Atlanta, but with the Emory system. And also give a shout out to my colleague, Councilmember Juan, specifically who helped usher that relationship in with our office in Emory. So thank y'all for helping us put that together.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to ask for prayers for the family of Kenyatta Mitchell, who is a member of Mayor Andre Dickens' staff. Her husband suffered an aneurysm over the weekend, and we'd like to keep Jamal Mitchell in our prayers. He is in ICU at the moment. Also, on this Wednesday and Thursday, we have our police memorial at Cascade United Methodist Church. Thursday, 10 o'clock, the City Hall atrium for our firefighter memorial. Please try to attend these ceremonies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general remarks? Just on behalf of the whole council, and I know mine is watching, a happy Mother's Day upcoming this weekend to all of our mothers. And with that, we will have the adjourning roll call. Madam Clerk.
Council President Doug Shipman,
Present.
Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large. Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large. Jason H. Winston, District 1. Amir Faroki, District 2. Byron D. Amos, District 3. Jason Dozier, District 4. Liliana Backyard, District 5. Alex 1, District 6. Howard Shook, District 7. Mary Norwood, District 8. Dustin Hillis, District 9. Andrea Boone, District 10. Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Without objection, we stand adjourned.
Andre Dickens, and you're watching ATL 26. Act.